Everyone, we will begin in just a moment.
All right, I'm calling this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. It is the City Council's work session. Notice is hereby given to the members of the City Council and to the general public that at this work session, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for legal advice and discussion with the city's attorneys on any item listed on the following agenda. Can I have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here. Thank you. Councilmember House, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, if you're able, please stand.
Councilmember McCarthy, would you state our mission statement?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Vice Mayor, our land acknowledgement?
Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will ever know this place as home.
Thank you. We're moving down to item number 4, public participation. Public participation enables the public to address the council about items that are not on the prepared agenda. Public participation appears on the agenda twice, at the beginning and at the end of the work session. You may speak at one or the other, but not both. Anyone wishing to comment at the meeting is asked to fill out a speaker card and submit it to the recording clerk. When the item comes up on the agenda, your name will be called. You may address the council up to 3 times throughout the meeting, including comments made during public participation. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and you'll see that we have a timer up here. So, first up, we have Nate Spangler.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
In case you didn't hear, I'm Nate Spangler. I'm a high school student at FALA and a member of FALA's Environmental Coalition. According to the city's climate profile, Coconino County is on a track to experience global warming at a faster pace than the rest of the world, and global warming will damage most of the lives of people who are young today and who will be around longer tomorrow to experience more warming. I'm turning 16 this month, and that means that by the time I'm turning 43, Flagstaff will be 4 to 5 degrees warmer than it is now. And by the time I'm in my 90s, it'll be as much as 10 degrees warmer. The gravity of the situation seems to have been lost on you. Your recent decision to approve NIH's specific plan without LEED net zero certification, without even a statement on without even a statement on their emissions, just does not demonstrate any commitment to action. It just seems like you're not willing to take the steps that you need to, and it seems like it's like global warming is being treated as sort of an afterthought. I really hope that you'll reconsider that decision and just take what steps you need to protect my future and the future of my peers by enabling future city councils to push for the 2030 net zero goal. And for those of you who are seeking re-election, that'll include you. Set yourself up for success, please. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Yanara?
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Inara Haliburta. I'm going to be a junior this next school year, and I wish to address the climate injustice that will occur if you continue to move forward with Northern Arizona Hospital's zoning and relocation. As of yet, NAH has not provided the estimated carbon emissions for this billion-dollar proposal, but we can guess that due to the construction's assumably large carbon emission, continuing with this project will unwind Flagstaff's efforts to be carbon neutral by 2030, which I would like to remind you is only 7 years away. In the neutrality plan, it states that we will strengthen existing community systems to create resilience to both short-term shocks and long-term change. It does not appear that this plan to relocate the hospital is achieving such a goal because of the greenhouse gas emissions that will occur if we follow through with this. I know that this ask is not easy, but doing the right thing often isn't. I value this planet. I would like to be able to grow old here. I know that this seems like just a small impact in the grand scheme of things, but the little things add up. I would like to say I would like to be able to say that I am proud of the city that I live in for taking steps to ensure that this planet will be habitable in the future. But if we continue moving in this direction, I don't know if I can. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take this seriously.
Thank you. John Edmonds.
Hello, Council. How are you today? My name is John Edmonds. I've been a resident of Flagstaff for about 10 years. I split my time between Flagstaff and Phoenix, and what I would like to address to you today is about the pickleball decision you guys made a couple weeks ago, which was very exciting. And I thought we were going to move forward on that. And apparently, you guys have been, I'm not sure this is the right word, but doomed. And the reason I know this, because 10 years ago, I built a pickleball court in Phoenix in my own backyard. And I had to go to a variance hearing. And I watched the hearing that you guys had. And verbatim, the exact same sob stories that were brought to you. I can't sleep from the noise. There's cars everywhere. There's all these things that are happening. You can't let John build a pickleball court. The exact same things. The city of Phoenix said that it's ridiculous. He can build his pickleball court, and I put my pickleball court. The long story short, it cost me tons of money and tons of time, just as it is the city of Phoenix. It's costing you guys tons of time and tons of money. If you've lost a contract, this is something that's been going on for close to 4 years. It's not a matter of pickleball is going to be played at Bushmaster Park. Pickleball is going to be played there. It's just a matter of upgrading the facilities of the people that are using that on a daily basis. Pretty much between 50 and 100 people a day use that facility to play pickleball. You saw numerous people come before you and tell you how wonderful pickleball was and what a positive influence it brought into their life. The mission statement you read just before this meeting began fits that to a T. I guarantee you, and I can honestly say this, if you allow those pickleball courts to be built the way they should be built, you will never regret it. You can never get more bang for your buck in a recreational field than a pickleball court. When each court gets 4 people, it's social, it's healthy, it's invigorating, and it will make that park nothing but better. Nothing but better. So I appreciate your time, and I just wish you the best. I know it's a tough job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nadine Hart.
Hi, that's a tough act to follow. I want to address y'all because 5 years ago, I was here when Coral was at the helm. 5 years ago, I came to City Council with a real legitimate problem. I serve on a commission, the City of Flagstaff Housing Commission, as a Section 8 voucher holder, representing people like me. 5 years ago, I came in with 100 rejections. From properties I qualified, I had the income with my voucher. I was not eligible because it was not counting as my income. The city of Tucson allows it. Maricopa County allows it. It is not discriminatory. As of right now, with my credit, we've all had hits during COVID. I'm going through Section 8. I'm even more unrentable, which is why a lot of us are on Section 8 housing in the first place. I'm trying to better myself and pull my family up. This close, and my Section 8 home in Rio Homes was sold by Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona to build another hotel for transients and homeless people. So when I go out into the market, I'm told by property managers, sorry, there's no law that says we have to accept that as income, which puts me at a loss. In my neighborhood alone, 3 homes that used to be for families and walking distance for Kinsey are now Airbnbs, vacation homes. I have 2 frat houses. All of Rio Homes, which was for families like me, is student housing. We need to offer an incentive for property owners, $10,000 a year, that we tax to the Airbnbs and vacation homes making $3,000 a week, or property owners that want to rent to students making $1,500 a head every single month. But the one thing you can do is make it illegal to consider credit as a deterrent and to not consider that voucher as full income. I looked and did my research, and right now, let me find it real quick, where is it? So a 2-bedroom has gone up by 18% in a year. A 3-bedroom that I rent is fair market value is $1,868. If you look online, that's $3,000. We are getting price gouged. Families who have been here for generations are having to move out because of housing. The solution is, there's no solution other than to hold property owners accountable and give that incentive. If I got $10,000 for opening my home to Section 8 residents and I could tax it of those making $5,000 a week, I would definitely reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Lay?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm speaking to you today just on another subject. It's related to pickleball. I second the opinion of the gentleman that was up here before. Okay, we're all disappointed that we're not getting our courts when we thought we were. But I would like to address one subject, and that's the collection of data. I was a test officer for the intelligence school as well as the electronics proving ground. Okay, our decision-making process and planning fell upon the collection of empirical data, that is observed data. Okay, I have seen none of that here. Okay, we in the Pickleball Association have taken at times numbers of people playing. Okay, 2 weeks ago we had 80 people playing from 8 to 12 on 8 courts, 32 people at a time. So that was a lot of wait time for a lot of people. Last week we had 60-some people, okay? So we need those courts, okay? And half of those people that were on there were coming up as visitors from other locations. What I would like to see, and I've heard a lot, number one, we do not share the court well with basketball players. Totally untrue. I've been playing here for 4 years. At the most, we will ask if we could shift down one court or another for either one of us to play. The school groups that come in and play, we move aside, we let them have it. Okay, there's no data except for what somebody has said that, hey, we don't share well. Okay, another thing is sound. Okay, you have 100 trains that go through here every day. Okay, the decibel levels are very high. I worked on a field test for Army equipment for decibel testing, and I understand there's one of you that has a skill in that area or knows about it. So run some sound tests down there, okay, for yourself. But you have to have empirical data and not bias, okay, not, just the word of this person or that, but I would ask you collect some empirical data so you can make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Poulos.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, the attempts to bring a first-rate pickleball venue to Flagstaff have been a years-long effort, and yet some city officials constantly treat this hope as an anomaly or passing phase by a small group of freaks hell-bent on raising Cain. Let's calm down and not lose focus. We're talking about pickleball, for goodness sakes, not an impending hazmat site. The simple request here is to upgrade the current facilities at Bushmaster Park and add 8 modern dedicated courts, a design that cities across the country embrace. For example, just in the last year, Tucson built pickleball facilities in 3 places: Himmel Park, Gunny Park, and Pima West. Why does an upgrade at Bushmaster Park cause so much hand-wringing? Let's not lose focus. The facilities at Bushmaster already exist, and the flat ground adjacent to the existing courts is perfectly suited to provide Flagstaff residents and visitors with an impressive pickleball venue. In the time remaining, I want to address Member McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy, your opposition to this project is so cataclysmic that you need to recuse yourself from the next vote on the matter. Not because you're an admitted hard no, though by definition, a repeated hard no demonstrates that you can no longer be impartial regardless of the facts, but because you're not fair. Last week, after one of the petitioners finished her remarks, and by the way, she never mentioned once the word no's, you, sir, kept her at the podium and asked her, "Is there much noise over there?" thereby giving her a green light to pursue talking points that you wanted to inject in the record. And in jurisprudence, that's called leading the witness, and that's why you need to recuse yourself from future votes. In closing, let me respectfully remind the council that we have the facility already. You've already approved it once. And please remember, this is just pickleball. You can do it. I trust you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would like to ask the city attorney a question. My understanding is that if I'm attacked up here, that I have a chance to briefly respond. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. I'd just like to say the idea of that I should recuse myself is ridiculous. Yes, I do have an opinion. Why do I have an opinion? Because I went out there and I listened, and I hear the... That's why I'm opposed to pickleball at that location. I am not opposed to pickleball. I was very supportive when it came up with putting pickleball in Thorpe Park at the dog park. So anyway, if anybody thinks I'm going to recuse myself, you're kidding myself. It may be that the council rules against me, but we will see. Thank you.
Natasha Thompson.
I live down in Chandler, and I come up here to get out of the heat 1 or 2 months of the summer. Many of my friends come up. We expressly come to play pickleball, and I was so pleased that you guys approved the upgrade over at Bushmaster, which I think is a great location. It's very central. I know down in Chandler, my own HOA converted our old tennis courts to pickleball. We have houses all around the perimeter. There's been no complaints at all about the noise. Just like down in the valley, we don't play during the day because it's too hot. Up here in the winter, they're not going to be playing there during the winter because it's too cold. So it's not going to be 24/7 all year. And Chandler has been really forward-thinking for the community and building courts, not only in existing parks, they're adding pickleball courts. There's been no complaints. They've also put in pickleball courts at other locations that were not previously parks. And again, they're getting tons of use. The community is so happy. It's a great way to get people out, stay healthy, stay active, stay cohesive in the community. Pickleball, I've been playing for 12 years, and it's just been a life changer. I've met so many great people. It's something I look forward to doing daily. And I know that if you do expand the facilities up here, you're going to have more people from the valley that want to come up here and spend their tourism dollars and be part of your community. So thank you for your consideration.
Irv Callahan.
Mayor, council members, my name is Irv Callahan, and I am here to express my great disappointment with the council's decision to reconsider its decision to move forward with the construction of 8 dedicated pickleball courts at Bushmaster Park. The practical effect of this decision is that no pickleball courts will be built anywhere this year. The city will have to get a new bid and start the process over, which will cost the city a significant amount of money with the expected price increases. If the council had stuck to its 6-to-1 decision, it would have benefited 3 sports this year. The pickleball community has worked within the system in Flagstaff for over 5 years to get pickleball courts. We have communicated extensively with several city councils, with the Parks and Rec Commission, the Parks and Rec Department. We have done everything we can to help facilitate getting these courts. While playing at Bushmaster Park for almost 4 years, we have done our best to minimize the issues that arise from the fact that we are playing on the tennis and basketball courts, but that is a problem, and we would all much rather be playing on dedicated pickleball courts. The surrounding residents who are opposing the courts have repeatedly called Bushmaster their park. They have repeatedly bragged about how they kept youth soccer out of the park, and I really don't believe that that is something anybody in Flagstaff should be proud of. Several of them have acknowledged that there are challenges to living next to a park. Living next to a park is a choice they have all made. As Flagstaff has grown and continues to grow, I do not believe that anyone could have a reasonable expectation that the city's Parks and Rec Department shouldn't continue to add and enhance the recreational facilities wherever it can in all of its parks to meet the growing needs of the entire Flagstaff community. Bushmaster is my park. It's your park. It's everybody's park as much as it is any one of their parks. I have seen the Flagstaff City Council approve huge multi-story apartment complexes. I've seen you approve vast new housing developments in every direction. I've now seen you approve a massive new hospital campus. As you continue to approve growth, you need to keep up with the recreational needs that come with this growth. Yet it seems that you can't figure out a set of pickleball courts. There will always be someone against anything you want to do, and the council of all people should know that. I am deeply disappointed in this decision to reconsider and the practical effect it has had. I promise you, every future city council meeting that has anything to do with pickleball, we will pack this place and we will speak to you for hours about pickleball courts because Flagstaff needs them. So I'll see you next time.
Thank you. Randy Schilling.
Mayor Daggett, City Council members, Randy Schilling. I live at 192 North Lake Hills Drive. And I've been playing pickleball here in Flagstaff for many, many years and find it to be a great amenity for our community. There's just so many relationships that have been built and great friendships have been built and the great exercise that we get as well. And I was very pleased when the City Council voted 6-to-1 in favor of building new pickleball courts at Bushmaster Park. It's a great facility for pickleball. And those other courts that we've been playing on also need to be refurbished. I learned just recently that the City Council changed its mind and decided to hold off on moving forward with pickleball. And my urging to you today is to go back to your original decision, and that is to move forward with building new pickleball courts at Bushmaster Park and refurbishing the old courts. I think it would be a great benefit for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. James Crawford.
Thank you. I'm here to also express my disappointment at your decision to reconsider the approval of the pickleball courts at Bushmaster. And I want to make 3 points. First, I listened with interest during the discussion of the hospital development plan, where you said wisely, don't believe everything you read and hear. Well, with regard to this topic, I hope you exercise the same discretion, because there's a lot of stuff floating around that's just simply not true. Secondly, this beautiful city is way behind, woefully behind other cities in Arizona when it comes to providing this recreational amenity. And as others have said previously, we need to get this done. We need to get focused, get serious, and make it happen. Third, I hope you heed the advice and all the research that comes from your Parks Department. We've worked with them for many years to try and find a workable solution. And I encourage you to put this back on the agenda as early as possible, and let's make it happen. And one last thing. The sound of our sport doesn't sound anything like Councilman McCarthy beating on the desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Katra?
Mayor Daggett, Councilmember House, I get it. It's intimidating when people get up here and rant and rave and threaten lawsuits. It makes one pause. It makes one doubt their own decisions. Unfortunately, that was the intention. Deliberate intimidation. Dare I say, manipulation. And it worked. 4 years of deliberate, well-considered planning by the Parks and Rec Division was stopped, dead in its tracks. A plan that was vetted and approved by the Parks and Rec Commission no less than 3 times, dating back as far as October of 2021, dead in its tracks. So now we wait. In the time before the next meeting, I encourage you to seek out the information you need to make a decision. While Director Hagan has already told you why Bushmaster is the best and only location for this project, let me emphasize one point. Even if another location could be found for this project, the city's $920,000 will go much farther at Bushmaster Park than it will anywhere else in this city. At Bushmaster Park, that figure delivers a 16-court pickleball complex for essentially the price of 8 new courts, and provides for brand new dual-stripe tennis and basketball courts, benefiting 3 sports instead of just 1. Moving the project anywhere else means the dual-stripe tennis and basketball courts will not be resurfaced, leaving them in a dilapidated and hazardous state. In case you're unaware, the Bushmaster basketball courts are the only lighted basketball courts in this town. So moving the pickleball project elsewhere would be a real shame for the basketball community. Pivoting now, I want to ask you to consider something. Is it possible that the sound of pickleball, the noise, is being exaggerated as a means to an end? Those opposed to the new pickleball courts have proudly stated in the newspaper and at 2 city council meetings that they have stopped both soccer and softball fields from being developed at Bushmaster in the past. Think about that. They've stopped 2 other sports, and now they're stopping pickleball. Is it possible that this isn't about the noise or the lights or the trees, but rather that it's about resistance to change, about control? Consider that in the first 3.5 years that pickleball was played at Bushmaster, there was not a single noise complaint. Consider that on May 16th, you were told that the noise was unbearable, a constant noise all day long, every day, absolutely incessant. Yet last Tuesday you heard that when a neighbor walks by the courts in the afternoon, they're empty. And when she walks by in the evenings, they're empty. Consider that the city put 2 dedicated pickleball courts in Sunnyside at Ponderosa Park, much closer to homes than Bushmaster. In fact, one is immediately adjacent to the courts, and there's not been a single noise complaint. So this really isn't about the noise, it's about control. I ask you, how long will you allow Bushmaster Park to be held hostage? We can discuss the hypocrisy of the trees the next time.
Thank you. And I see we have at least one comment online.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct. We have Eileen
Taggart. Eileen, if you'd like to unmute, you can offer your comments now.
Hi, everyone. Eileen Taggart. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you, Mayor Daggett, and all council members. I want to say that I'm here with deep respect. I think you hear a lot of people who are angry at what you do in your decisions. I understand that you're doing your job, that you heard enough from people to give you pause and realize that you wanted to reconsider something that, as everyone else has pointed out, has been considered to the max over years and approved. So I want to sit here as a voice of somebody who negotiates for a living and understands that there does come a time when you have to ask yourself and the other side, under what conditions can we make this work for everyone? I'm not a cult pickleball player. That's what I said last time. I do like pickleball. There's all, comments on social media that like we're a cult and we're trying to take over. I'm a real estate agent who represents a town whose prices have skyrocketed. That's pricing every common person out of our area. And there is very little free stuff that we can offer. And I said this last time, are we an elite community who says if you want to play this sport, you have to join a club? I think the answer is no. So you've heard all of this from, quote, our side, why we think it's a good idea. Under what conditions would the other side say yes? As Jen just said, if there are no conditions, it's not a true negotiation. I think that is the question. Under what conditions is it a yes? And after all of the years spent on this, with your professionalism and your time coming to this conclusion, is there a shift in conditions? Is there a new conditions that will make this work? I think everybody is here with that. We all want to make it work. So I just want to say thank you. I could never do your job. I respect all of you, and I would love to answer that question. Is there a condition that would make this work for the other side that we can all work towards? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have other online comments?
I do not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we are reviewing the draft agenda for June 20th, 2023. Council, any questions, comments, concerns? All right, hearing none, I'm going to move on. We have proclamations. We have a proclamation for Juneteenth and a proclamation for Waste and Recycling Workers Week. If we have anyone here in the audience who is here to accept the Juneteenth proclamation, please come down.
Mayor, I do have Jean Toner online for the Juneteenth proclamation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's my honor to read this proclamation on behalf of the city. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Juneteenth National Independence Day, Jubilee Day, Freedom Day, and Emancipation Day, recognizes the anniversary of the events of June 19, 1865, when Union Major General Gordon Granger led some 2,000 Union troops into Galveston Bay, Texas, to read the order announcing that the more than 250,000 enslaved black persons in the state and other states, quote, in rebellion against the United States, were free by executive decree. And whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known public celebration of the end of slavery in the United States and celebrates and commemorates both the legacies of black liberation, endurance, and joy, and the broader legacy of American freedom. And whereas Juneteenth marks both the end of most black American enslavement and the start of an era of great hope, resiliency, uncertainty, and continued struggle for newly freed black persons in America. With it comes the call to reflect, remember, and never repeat the historic, dehumanizing impacts of slavery, segregation, racial violence, voter disenfranchisement, or the other historic and persistent examples of injustice witnessed throughout African American history. And whereas collectively, Juneteenth reminds us all of the invaluable, inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as well as the precious promises of freedom, equity, and opportunity core to so much of what our nation holds dear. And whereas, as stated by the NAACP, we recognize that the fight for true freedom since the days of the Emancipation Proclamation's delayed and admittedly incomplete promises have been continuous and full of barriers. We join them in declaring that freedom is a thread and a fight woven throughout this nation's history and current political climate. We join organizations like the NAACP and Flagstaff's own Live Black Experience Community Project in celebrating the resiliency of Black Americans who continue to thrive in spite of attempts to limit voting rights, economic advancement, and basic civil rights historically and into the present. And whereas we take up and extend the call to action to celebrate and ensure true freedom for all, doing our part to collectively strive to close gaps of immeasurable distance between us, affirm the promises of the Declaration of Independence that all people have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, reject acts of violence, and expand opportunities to understand and learn from our frank yet compassionate, challenging yet courageous conversations. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, respectfully join municipal leaders across the country in spirit and solidarity, and by proclamation, in declaring June 19th, 2023, Juneteenth National Independence Day, and encourage all citizens to honor this day as a day of reflection, cultural and public education, earnest assessment, planning, and commitment to end systemic racism and all forms of dehumanization which threaten equity and freedom for all.
Jean, would you like to say any words?
Just a few words, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the reading of the proclamation commemorating and celebrating Juneteenth. The National Juneteenth Observance Foundation President, Stephen Williams, says, and I quote, "No more than ever, Juneteenth is needed and demanded by the people. Juneteenth, National Freedom Day, along with the 4th of July, Independence Day, completes the cycle of freedom for America's Independence Day observations. Juneteenth commemoration brings balance to America's freedom celebrations," end quote. It is my hope that by this time next year, our city will be joining Phoenix, Tucson, Tempe, Scottsdale, and Goodyear in designating Juneteenth National Freedom Day as an official city holiday. And we would like you to be looking for a recommendation that we will soon be forwarding to make this formal recommendation for designation of Juneteenth as an official holiday. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Do we have some employees possibly who are here for the Waste and Recycling Workers Week? Come on up here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, hop over the... I'm always blocked, I'm sure. We need you to smush. She does a little bit.
Yeah, all right, a little closer then.
So before I start, I would just like to say that Our staff showed tremendous resilience and creativity and patience with the abrupt shift in recycling. So if we could give them all another round of applause. That felt like nothing short of miraculous to me, that you were able to pick up and carry on with the recycling. So thank you. The nation celebrates the week of June 17th as the Waste and Recycling Workers Week. The City of Flagstaff's solid waste section plans, implements, coordinates, and directs programs for the safe and compliant collection, recovery, and disposition of solid wastes and recyclables, including the operation of the Cinder Lake Landfill and Hazardous Products Center. The men and women employed by the City of Flagstaff's solid waste section provide essential services and make significant contributions to the safety, health, and welfare of citizens. And the proper collection and disposal of waste and recyclables is vital to the protection of human health and the environment. And according to the Centers for Disease Control, the eradication of many diseases in the Western world is due in large part to higher public sanitation standards resulting from effective garbage disposal. And the City of Flagstaff values and celebrates our solid waste professionals and all others employed in the sanitation industry that serve our residents, businesses, and visitors. Now, therefore, I, Becky Daggett, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor of Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim the week of June 17th as Waste and Recycling Workers Week and encourage all citizens and local businesses to participate in opportunities to thank the men and women in the sanitation industry.
I'll just be very brief. I really appreciate the recognition to the entire team, and solid waste is an essential service as discussed in the proclamation. And me being relatively new to the City of Flagstaff, I'm honored to work with a team that's extremely hardworking, dedicated, and is doing the best they can to keep our community clean and safe throughout the entire City of Flagstaff. So thank you very much, and really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, moving down to item number 8, Lone Tree Overpass Integrated Art Elements.
There we go. I have to have one finger on the button here. All right, can you hear me now? All right, great, thank you. So Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, greetings from the Beautification Arts and Science program that is my joy to manage. I will be presenting the integrated art elements for the Lone Tree Overpass for this very large infrastructure project which connects Route 66 to Butler Avenue, passing over the railroad, the Rio de Flag, and an envisioned community space in the Southside Plan. We kept forefront the public art goal of humanizing the built environment and evoking a strong sense of place. And this particular place in Flagstaff is a crossroad of NAU students and young professionals living at Sawmill who might hop on a bike bought from REI and connect to the Foots Trail. This is a connection of longtime residents of the South Side, and then there's going to be many visitors and commuters. As befits a large infrastructure project, the art elements weave into the engineering of the structure itself. I really want to thank Christine Cameron, the Capital Projects Manager, WSP, Wheat Design Group, and Ames for their support in achieving this level of design. It has been a design team. In this presentation, I will quickly cover the public art process, the past work of the selected artist, and our community outreach. Our budget isn't finalized, but I will go over the parameters. I will spend the bulk of our time on the art elements themselves. Because the Lone Tree Project was underway when our program began to be involved, in order to have an artist join the design team and have impact, we worked directly with Capital Projects to have their competitively bid designer hire the artist directly. 5 artists were interviewed and Lori Lundquist was chosen. This program still adhered to the best practices of the field, and having an artist on the design team is critical for integrated art elements. We conducted our specialty community input, joined in the project public meetings, and kept BPAC involved. I will run quickly through some of the past work of Lori Lundquist so that you can see the breadth of the experience that she brought to this project, which underlines why she was chosen. This is the first of the pedestrian overpasses in Phoenix. It's Piestewa Freeway, where the artist used a standard chain link, which is flexible, and stretched it over galvanized pipe, very inexpensive, to create a local mountain outline. This is an overpass on the 101 in Chandler, a nearby park where model airplanes enthusiasts gathered, is the inspiration for this design. A similarity to Lone Tree is that this bridge had to cross over access roads and other thoroughfares. This image shows how the artist approaches working in SketchUp to, get a scale. But notice also the split pier. This is an idea that was contributed by the artist, and it lowers the footprint on the ground and adds dynamism. You will see a similar approach in the Lone Tree elements. This is in Charlotte, North Carolina, and is similar to Lone Tree in that there's a very generous pedestrian walkway with vehicular traffic in the middle. And you can see how the artist works with light and shadow. And you can see how her sketches translate into reality. Because tonight you're only going to see sketches, so just so that you can start to make that transition to how it will actually look. The artist added these internally lit bollards that featured a local flower, and vines of that flower will eventually grow onto the fence. They're planted below the structure, so it's going to take a few years, but it will be there. This is in Santa Fe, a signature underpass where an open and safe feel was the design criteria. So lighting on the interior was extremely important. The artists worked with the team to create a grating to the sky above to add sunlight during the day and a focal interest at night when it's lit, which you can see here. An old orange grove was removed to create a privacy sound wall to protect a neighborhood from an expanded roadway in Tempe. With a nod to memory, the artist created this abstracted grove design to humanize the wall. Again, just make it visually comfortable to be around. Again, using light and shadow. The design was created just from some very simple elements, powdered coated steel, again exemplifying the value thinking of this artist. An entry feature to a pedestrian walkway along one of the canal systems in Glendale is shown here. It had historically irrigated cotton, so that's reflected in the design motif. And in Scottsdale, some open terraces, simple paint and sandblasting direct cyclists to dive in and take a swim under the canal. And here the artist worked with the bridge engineer very closely to create some magic with light and form on a pedestrian bridge that crosses the Tempe Town Lake to the Arts Center. Details like this in the ground plane make the design holistic. and that's the end of the past work that I'm going to show. Our focused public art process assists the artist in a community sense of place. We had a community forum survey that we put out there. We had 148 responses. The focus was on the feeling rather than thinking, because it elicits connective responses that the artist can use more. The overpass here is quite a conjunction of the sky, views, and then all these multiple adjoining areas, and we tried to address that in all the 14 questions that we put out there. The program conducted creative exercises with a focus group that included a Southside resident, Southside business owner, a member of the Coconino County's Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council, NAU faculty, an REI manager, and a Foots Trail user, plus an artist fabricator whose studio is in the project area, kind of underneath. We had a lot of great conversation with these exercises. This is just one of them. Taking the area and assigning an animal to it and explaining why. I will say that I'm showing you the responses just of one participant. I will say that the animal most used to describe the Sawmill Mall and high-rise residences was the designer dog. The double doodle stood out in those descriptions. The artist also participated in the project public meetings and took some early ideas out for response. This one last July, and afterwards met with some members of the Southside Community Association to have some one-on-one conversations. Staff is working with the design team on costing out the art elements. This involves determining the cost with the art elements, then subtracting out the base cost of the same element with a standard design. And our preliminary ranges right now are from $750,000 to $1.25 million. The cost of the elements will be in the multiple contracts that will be brought by capital projects to you for your approval and will fall over more than one fiscal year. Currently, we have $900,000 targeted in FY24 for this project, but we have more in FY25. And that can be increased in the next budget cycle. Now for the art elements themselves, which we hope will humanize this infrastructure and enhance the experience of traveling on this roadway. The Lone Tree Overpass connects Butler to Route 66, as you all know. It goes across the relocated Rio de Flag drainage and the BNSF Railroad. The artist was asked to address the aesthetic aspects of the construction. Themes that she chose were Flagstaff's unique natural environment, pedestrian and bicycle-friendly design of the overpass, the dynamic of the railroad and the Rio drainage through the heart of the city, and the feeling of wind and sky. And just to orient ourselves, because we're going to have to go up, down, and all around, the overpass elements addressed in this presentation and are located on this plan. They include in red the retaining and abutment walls on the south, in blue the north abutment walls, in orange the outside edges of the parapet or pedestrian safety walls, in the dotted white the inside of those walls, in dashed purple the fencing required by BNSF over their tracks, in dark red the footpath railing, in dashed yellow, the piers that support the bridge spans, and in green, the entry features at both the south and the north ends of the overpass. So first up is the large retaining walls that begin in the south side at Bannon and rise over 30 feet and kind of curve to the east for about 400 feet. We start with these south retaining and abutment walls. The imagery is inspired by the Ponderosa forest and Flagstaff's lumber history. Yellow ochre, burnt sienna, cerulean blue, classic colors that have stood the test of time and which are harmonious with Flagstaff's natural environment were chosen as the dominant project colors. On the east retaining wall are oversized, stylized tree patterns inspired by the unique Ponderosa bark. The patterns are inset, so it's a flat wall, and then these patterns, that you'll see throughout are inset. Though not shown in this rendering, the first 10 vertical feet will have a ridge-like vertical form liner pattern, and that's to deter graffiti for the first 10 feet. And that will go throughout all the designs. Rustification patterns are definitely repeatable, and that's to fit within the construction budget. Oversized stylized tree rings float on the west wall. The stylization has a decorative quality. The walls connecting the east and west retaining walls under the overpass unites the forest and lumber motifs. After speaking with the community, the artist understands it is the community's wish that this area will eventually become an active community space and have art that reflects the South Side's vision. And that's why you'll see, the blank section between the connecting elements. But still, that first 10 feet will have that linear kind of vertical part that will deter graffiti while so that we can protect the area before the community area can be developed. A 108-foot abutment wall, perpendicular to the overpass, supports the overpass on its north end, and a footpath, runs along this wall. And so here we kind of see the mountain make its appearance, perpendicular to the overpass, again stylized, and has a natural rusticated concrete on a blue background. And so there's kind of a foreground, background ambiguity to that portion. And laser cut bicycle steel wheels will randomly appear as a nod to the cycling lifestyle in Flagstaff. Circular arcs sweep along the footpath railing, echoing the bicycle and train wheels in weathered steel. And this ties in with the design above, which we'll see a little bit later in the presentation. Then going on top, the safety parapet wall runs the length of the overpass on the outside edges. On the inside, we continue the blue of the north abutment wall, with silhouettes of pedestrians, bicyclists sandblasted randomly, like the shadows of the users that we know will be there. The artist suggested this style of lighting along the parapet wall. It is dark sky compliant. And we now move to the exterior of the parapet wall. The 3 bridge spans that traverse the tracks, the Rio drainage, and the future community space are rusticated and painted with stylized shapes that variously represent train movement and water. On the parapet above the south retaining walls, giant pine needles form. There will be giant pine needle forms in powder-coated steel that are attached randomly, offset from the wall, so that shadows are created that move with the sun throughout the day. 8-foot cyclone safety fencing is required by BNSF over their tracks. So the artist impacted the shape of the fencing into a sawtooth design to continue a strong sense of movement. The fencing is further activated with abstract shapes inspired by the trains, wind, and clouds. The images are created by a series of small flags made from a durable and color-fast fabric-like material, and we will be testing out real materials. We have a couple of different Mylars, one of them. There's some others that we'll be creating some samples and testing them over time while they do the first year of construction so that we know that we have something that can last. And then the flags will be attached to the outside of the fence with permanent fittings, and they'll flutter with the wind. So maybe when the trains go off, they'll flutter. When the winds go off, they'll flutter. So there'll be a sense of motion and movement. The space between the flags create transparency and allow a lot of visibility. This feature will be very visible from the footpath on Route 66. We are now at the piers. The artist has impacted the design into an activated V shape. Again, leaving more room at the bottom to allow more use of that space. The piers are painted and rusticated with shapes similar to the train wheel and movement shapes seen on the parapet above, with form liners adding some textural interest. And then we have entry identity elements that are proposed for both the south and the north end entryways. The saw of the sawmill, interlocked circles of tree rings, the train, bicycle wheels come together in an entry laser cut steel element. And a freestanding fence section marks a resting niche on the south side entrance. And a different version of this same element tops a section of the parapet wall on the north entry. So nature and the cityscape itself will provide incredible views to the users of this overpass. And the artist designed the elements that you saw here tonight to enhance that travel experience, not to replace it. And now is the time for your responses and questions.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that I know went into this, collecting input and searching for an artist. This is really exciting. This will be a central element in the city, so it's very important that we get it right. Council, questions, comments? Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. This is so exciting. I've been along on the journey with this, and the presentation is making me very happy. You know what I was thinking? It's almost like this is an art installation, and people from Flagstaff and beyond are going to come just to be here to look at this. I mean, it's incredible. And I know it has been a lot of hard work, and I just want to thank you and the Be Back team for everything you've done to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy, then Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm really excited about this, and I guess we're just so lucky that we have the BBB tax to help us pay for things like this.
Yes.
So you showed us a lot of slides, and there's only one that rubbed me the wrong way. Well, there was one that looked like a bicycle wheel because it had like a hub and it had spokes.
Right.
But then it had gears on the outside. That's not part of a real bicycle. There's gears on a bicycle and there's wheels on a bicycle. They're completely separate. And so I would suggest some editing of that. So out of all those slides, so that's my only negative comment. That's pretty positive. No, I'm generally very excited about this. Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Jana, thank you so much for presenting this. This is really exciting, and I just want to commend the thoughtfulness that's gone into both this and the downtown proposals. Just the level of thoughtfulness, creativity, community engagement, all of those things that get focused on into these projects is really meaningful. I think it really does focus in on one of the things that you mentioned a couple times at the beginning of your presentation was that sense of place and the connection to the community and all of those aspects. To see it visually represented in this way for this project that is part of the community and for the community and telling the community's story, I think is really meaningful. And I hope that the community also sees and feels and recognizes that as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what everyone said. I was thinking back at the presentation that was given on the Connection Center and just the excitement of thinking what our city's going to look like in a few years with this purposeful, well thought out art. Just we're not building or improving areas, but we're actually adding just an element of our character and just who we are about. So just thank you for all of that. I know this had to have taken quite quite a lot of work and effort, and so thank you for that. And I'm excited to see them all be completed and done with, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Jan, another home run. You always hit it out of the park with these presentations. I know a lot of work goes into just the presentation. And while it's always kind of a buzzkill to have to explain art, you know, if you have to explain the joke, it's not funny. If you have to explain the poem, then you're sort of getting away from the point of it. You do a good job of giving us that presentation, selling us, and more importantly, the public on the concept. And of course, as an artist myself, I'll always say this, I'm not going to get into the details of micromanaging or providing aesthetic guidance. This is very much an art project. I'm not the artist, and so my opinions don't really matter. I will say that I'm very excited about this project. I think it's going to look stunning. From the inception of the Lone Tree Overpass, I have always wanted it to be a beautification project. Very exciting to see that moving forward. In spite of my own opinions on it, obviously a lot of people are synergistic with that thinking. This isn't just a traffic amenity. It is now a community and regional amenity. I think it's postcard ready, and I think it's going to become an attraction. I've always felt that Flagstaff would do well with some landmarks that could go on postcards, and we've got one now, other than the Grand Canyon. So very, very excited about this, very enthusiastic and very supportive.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you so much. All right, moving down to item number 9, Part 1, Streets and Parks Snow Operations Discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And my name is Scott Overton, Public Works Director here at the City of Flagstaff. And this evening we're here for a little bit of a different reason. Most of the time it is for an action item or some very clear direction via a vote. But tonight really is a discussion. And tonight is what we hope not only informational for you all, but will become a good dialogue this evening. Earlier this year, we of course had one of the largest winter seasons on record in Flagstaff, and annually it's generally more in the neighborhood of 100 to 110 inches of snow. This last season, clearly a very substantial snow season, and we, I think, visited with all of you, and a number of you were able to come along with public works crews or parks crews in how we address snow operations in the community. And during those conversations and during the season, we also hear from customers and residents and you all about how operations work and how we'd like to work through some different things. And tonight, you have what our subject matter experts are here at the City of Flagstaff. I'm joined by Sam Beckett, our Streets Director, who has conveniently left the room and is now in the back, but also Rebecca Sayers, our Parks Recreation Open Space Director, and Amy Hagan, the Parks Recreation Open Space Assistant Director. And this evening we're here to talk through a number of issues. I wanted to kind of set the stage that we are here for a series of conversations. The first one this evening, Part 1, will be specific to Public Works streets operations. The second one this evening will be more focused on multimodal bike and ped type infrastructure that Foots Trails and our parks team takes care of. And then next week will be our final presentation, the third installment, which will focus on downtown operations and alleyways within the downtown corridor. So we appreciate your indulgence in these presentations. We welcome your questions and your dialogue, but these experts are here to walk you through why things work, how they work, and why we might need to do things differently in the future. And we're looking forward to that discussion. I'm going to turn it over to Sam, if he's back. Sorry, Sam. did, didn't he? Did it not load up? Oh, go ahead. It's our first time up here.
All right. Well, sorry about the delay there. That's me. Again, Sam Beckett, Section Director of Public Works. In particular, today it'll be for streets as we walk through this discussion here. I think we're just far enough outside of snow season where when I open the freezer, I don't get as much PTSD, so it's good that we're having it now and I can actually talk about this without twitching a little bit. So I'm looking forward to the conversation. Tonight we're going to go through some of the presentation objectives here to start to kick us off, but ultimately the goal is to reflect on all winter operations. I know this winter here brought its own challenges. Some of those obviously we can discuss. Some of them are just what happens when we have a large winter event. Others are, what do we do each year? How do we walk through that process? How do we prepare for snow operations each year? And how do we activate, respond, and in a sense recover from each event? So some of the things we're going to see here today are we're going to get into some of the details, things that we wouldn't normally get into with council. As we were asked, the goal was to come in here and to help give a comprehensive understanding of what city snow operations look like, not just that larger strategic vision that we normally give, but more that in the weeds, if you will, of those operations, how they happen. And I think many of you have also had the luxury of I say luxury, but the privilege of getting to do a ride along with the crews and kind of see that firsthand operation and what that looks like. So we'll go through snow plowing equipment, we'll go through street staffing, we'll go through parks snow plowing equipment, parks staffing, current snow operations and our policies that we work off of as we work through this. We'll also look at what the community expectations are. Those seem to continually evolve every year, and understanding how we try and meet those expectations and how they also kind of work or coincide with our current policies. And then post-event operations, and then last we're going to talk about the financial impacts, what this is every year and what that variable looks like. So these are really the presentation objectives for today. At any point, as we get through this, we'll get to the end here, we'll go through questions, but I think Scott said it here too, is we're going to have two pieces of this today. This first presentation is really focused on overarching city snow operations. As we get further into the presentations, it'll be like pulling an annex out of those snow operations and discussing those details, multimodal. Next week we'll even get into some downtown alleyways. So we'll pull those annexes out, but right now the focus is on that larger snow operation citywide. So again, when we break it down and look at what Streets provides for street snowplow operations, they have 20 10-wheel snowplow trucks, 4 6-wheel snowplow trucks, 9 motor graders, 5 front-end loaders, 2 Bobcat Toolcats, and I'm sure many of you have seen it. If not, we have a large snowblower. It's on an old Ford pickup truck. Looks like kind of an old monster truck with a giant snowblower on the front of it. It is a little bit older, but it still works really well, and for as much as we use it, it serves its purpose. But for equipment itself, this is the overall breakdown, what we use in a general snow operation. When we break it down into street staffing, this one here is streets as a whole. So if streets was fully staffed, they have 32 total staff members. That includes an administrative specialist, a manager, 4 supervisors, our technician 3s, 2s, and 1s. We also have our traffic signal technicians in there. And then if all goes well, in snow season, we also bring in snow temps as we get those. The piece I note on here is through most of the winter, we actually went I bumped the number up from where we were at the end of winter. We spent most of the winter staffed at 22 staff versus 32 staff members, which doesn't seem like a lot, but as we break down snow shifts and how that gets divided out, you'll see how that adds up as we continue to work to recruit and bring in those new operations technicians. This one here is just a basic understanding of what a snow operation looks like. So our daytime snow operations run from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. They're 12-hour shifts. They run 2 snow shift supervisors. There's an east side snow shift supervisor and a west side. We do that just because the complexity of running these snow operations, if you have a single incident on one side of town and then having a supervisor tied up on one side, leaves the other side without any supervision per se. So the goal is to always have 2 snow shift supervisors at any given point, one covering each side of town. We also try and have 9 operators from our city staff up and running at any given point per each side of town. We divide that out a little bit. So 9 operators would be for just our city staff, the way we break it out. And then as you see below here, our snow temps really do anchor our snow operations. If we don't have snow temps, we really only provide 9 staff members on a single shift, divided east and west. You're talking 4 snowplow operators per each side of town. What we're finding is it's more of a struggle to get in our snow temps. I'd say 10 years ago we saw a significant difference in that, simply because more operations shut down through the winter then. We're seeing now more construction continues late into the winter, early into spring, and we're just not seeing the appetite for winter snow temp operations. Competitiveness and the regional pay is also a huge factor in that. So our goal is to have our 9 operators, 3 to 5 snow temps per shift, and then as you can see here, if everything works well, we have 12 snow plows running, 5 motor graders on the day shift, and then those 2 tool cats, if everything works well. This year here, we averaged 9 snow plows, and on our day shift, we averaged 3 to 4 motor graders. Night operations, same thing. We try and divide the shifts out as equally as possible, so it breaks down very, very similar. Having said that, we will try and pull from time to time some of our grader operators and move them into the night shift. We do that because they're more effective. What we find in the daytime is, we'll get into it later, there's a lot of distractions, there's a lot of impacts from traffic, just general communications coming in that we're getting a lot of complaints from roads or whatever, and we have to pull people off of shifts. So we're just more effective on our night operations. We try and balance that when we can, but obviously overall staffing is usually the challenge on this, but when we're fully staffed, we can usually meet the minimum expectations. This here is, again, just a quick breakdown, daytime operations versus nighttime operations. It seems like it'd be a much larger operation when it's out there up and running. It's not. When you think about who's working the day shifts versus the night shifts, you have less than 20 people managing a snow shift at any given point. And 20 people is probably on the high end, if we're going to be extremely honest here. So that 15 to 20 people is all we have, split over 12-hour shifts, 24 hours a day on the street side of the house. Now, when we get into the snow response policy, each year this gets reviewed. You can see in the bottom corner right there, there's a readiness operations manual. That manual goes out to streets and park staff every year. It's also revised every year. We go through and make sure that the data is accurate, the GIS layers are accurate, that any new roads that have been adopted into our networks or anything that Parks has that's new adopted into their networks gets adopted into there. And then we review to make sure that we're still staying with those industry standards and making sure those snow operations are as effective as possible. These handbooks get handed out primarily to our internal staff first, and then the goal is to have one of these handed out to every one of our snow temp operators so they have something to review, understand what the expectations are, and what their piece of the operation looks like. So again here, it's an operational guide, and again, each year the goal here is to revise it. You can see the 2022 was revised. I think we published it in October. Our goal is to usually have it up and running before Thanksgiving, just to have it revised in case we see some early snow operations. But this really is kind of our backbone of standards set and understanding where we need to go every year. As we get into that guide a little bit here, we just pull out some of the key points. First and foremost is one of the primary areas we have everybody review are priority routes and what that means. These are also backed up by those GIS layers we talked about, and we'll get into those. I have a few for examples here, but it identifies main routes, arterial routes, major hills, the downtown core area, FUSD, and mountain lion bus routes. Those are what we have listed for priority routes. Now, it seems vague, but unfortunately we have to tie it to that GIS map because mountain lion routes are quite extensive, as we know. So having a temporary operator come in and say, well, just follow the mountain lion routes. Well, having those printouts is really, really key so they understand what that looks like. Secondary routes are considered residential streets and cul-de-sacs. So the goal is to keep up with the priority routes as they're going through snow operations. So in the thick of it, when we're seeing active snow operations, really their goal is to just keep up with the priority routes. Rarely do they get into those secondary routes when we're seeing heavy active snow. Well, when you get back-to-back days of that, the struggle alone of keeping up with priority routes is significant, especially when staffing plays into factors. So understanding how to balance that out and then trying to get into those secondary routes as often as we can, really utilizing those night operations to make the most progress. One of the listings under secondary priority routes is the residential streets are not plowed until priority ones are completed. That's just the way that policy has been drafted. It's been that way for a very long time, rightfully so. We try and keep those roads that are heavily traveled open, passable, and as safe as possible, and really that's the goal, to keep those open, and then as we can get into those secondary routes, we will. We'll get down into the breakdown of residential streets and cul-de-sacs. Residential streets are not plowed until priority ones are done. This here notes that 4 inches of snow, routes are not completed until 4 inches of snow have accumulated in residential roadways. So realistically, if they were staying up with the priority 1 route, we have a 1-inch storm event, 2-inch storm event comes in. We've seen those before early in the snow season usually, where we get those kind of whiteout conditions. Everything gets covered with that inch layer of snow. Really their goal is to just try and get the mains cleared up in hopes that, one of our best employees, like Mr. Overton always says, is the sun comes out, gives us a hand, helps us out with those secondary routes. Really it's pretty inefficient and hard on the equipment to go out there and try and plow a 1-inch or half-inch snow event. So this really is a key standard here in understanding what those operations look like. And then when we look at secondary routes will be completed within 12 hours after up to 8 inches of accumulation. The next one here is within 18 hours after 8 to 12 inches of accumulation. And then lastly here, within 36 hours after 12 or more inches of accumulation. And I think this piece is really important here. This is a pretty solid industry standard across the board, and most people honestly don't exceed that 18. When we dove into it quite heavily of comparable cities throughout the nation who receive snow, who also maintain the same level of service that we do and provide the service to the road network size that we do, we have yet to find a comparable city. There's many comparable cities that receive a ton of snow that only maintain 100 miles of roadway. Even many of our Colorado references that we've talked about, we've even looked in Oregon. Where was the other one? Sioux Falls was similar, but again, 350 miles of maintained roadways. So when we start looking at those comparables and then matching it against industry standards, and then we also see significantly higher snow averages out of each storm. So when we start comparing those, that's where we get these bullet points here and these standards that we have set forth and understanding what those expectations are. These are really, really important when we get back into what community expectations are. Because unfortunately, like we saw through this winter here, we have large events, 12 inches or more, and when we start meeting those expectations of a 36-hour window, that's great, but when the expectation gets set forth by the community to be much shorter, it really makes it difficult on the operators who we've handed these handbooks on and said, meet these expectations. It's tough to change those with each storm. So we try and keep this standard and hold that as we move forward. Here's those maps. I personally don't like putting maps up here. One, you can't see them. But two, they don't tell the story. But I'm going to tell a little bit of the story here as we look through it. As you can see, there's a lot of color coding on here. And you can see every vehicle has a route. So if one vehicle comes up short or is broke down, that route has to be covered by somebody else. These routes are at their max. In fact, the study that was done back in 2018 by LA Consultant shows that not only are our routes at their max, they have far exceeded what a single individual snowplow operation should be doing. So that route should be significantly shorter than what it is. Now, most of them not only meet where they should be, they far exceed where they should be. There's a few that we try and shrink down a little bit to be more effective in the downtown area, but it pulls them out of coverage for another route. So we do our best to balance this out, but frankly, we're at a point where equipment and staffing are just limited. So we map it out as far as we can, and then we assign the routes. So this is just something to show you that east and west side of town to understand what those routes look like and how large they really are for coverage. I think the other thing to note here is that these are not designed randomly. Snow operations are designed to move to the right. So hopefully that makes sense. Everything you do when you go into a route is designed to take a right-hand turn and continue to make right-hand turns as you loop through your route. Every now and then you'll overlap to get back through the route. So at any point, if we were to call an operator off of their shift to take care of an emergency call or a complaint that comes in, they start to try and catch up on that route again. If it's actively snowing, they have to just start from the beginning and go again. So every time we pull someone off a route to manage a complaint or to deal with an incident or an accident, the end of that route gets pushed out another snow shift, maybe more, just trying to get caught back up. So it's really tough. Our goal is to keep them on route all the time. But every time we have to pull one, it does put that route behind. You know, this one here, I'll speak to it, but really I wanted to have Amy go through this. I don't want to butcher anything in here, but really it's pretty easy to read, but as you can see, I struggle with that alone. So I'm going to have Amy talk about parks real quick, and then I'll hop back in.
Thank you, Sam. All right, good evening, everyone. So for the park snow equipment and staffing, we have 10 plows on the pickup trucks that are used obviously in the other seasons. We do have one tool cat. We have another tool cat on the way. Hopefully it arrives, I believe, in August, or in 2 months. We have one cinder spreader. That's just a device that goes in the back of a pickup truck when there's a need for the park staff to spread cinders. We have 6 what we're calling multi-purpose landscape tractors or backhoes. They do have competing operations, especially with our citizen cemetery that we run while snow operations is occurring. So we have 6 of those in total. And then we do have 4 snow throwers. And then, as Mr. Overton alluded to years ago, a bunch of shovels. So that's our equipment in the parks section. Staffing, we have 1 parks manager. We have 4 parks supervisors. We have 10 parks technicians and 12 parks maintenance workers. We typically, in the winter months, will have 6 seasonal or temporary staff. You know, right now, today, we have 2 current vacancies in our parks maintenance worker and 5 to 6 in our temporary. This past winter season, though, we had a vacancy rate of 35 to 40%, just for figures since they differ from what's up there today. I still have another slide. So this is our park snow app, and we'll dive into that in the next segment of this multi-grouping of discussions tonight. But this indicates some of our what our snow staffing and our shift looks like for us. The operation is essentially 24/7, but we tend to do things in 12-hour shifts. Our shifts typically begin at 4 a.m., 6 a.m., and 9 a.m., depending on when that snowstorm, the timeline of that, and what the accumulations are. We do also, as the snowstorm is progressing, have a 2 a.m. hauling operation of hauling snow out of downtown, out of Heritage Square, and out of one of the parking lots just perpendicular to LaRue. And we'll dive a little bit more into that in the next presentation. Parks responsibilities. So these are our priorities of our routes. We do have over 340 assignments when we break them down for us in the parks world. There's the parking lots at city-owned buildings. That's 63 parking lots today. There are city-owned sidewalks, also including the foot system. And on the foot system, that's where it's the concrete or asphalt or a hard surface. That equates to about 24 miles in total out of the 59. We have Heritage Square. Downtown, we have dedicated alleys. Those are throughout downtown, town site, and there are some in the Sunnyside neighborhood. We have our courtesy berm removal program. We're going to dive into that deeper too. And then after those are our main priorities. Then as those are getting accomplished or substantially complete, we start to roll into some of these others, which include the approaches or entrances to the foot system, where there's then the aggregate surface back of that, so there's the concrete approach. So we start to go around and clear those to make that access easier. We have our parking lots at some of our smaller park locations, so not our larger parks like Thorpe Park or Fox Glen, but there are some of our smaller neighborhood parks that have some parking spaces, so we'll go tackle those assignments. And then stairways, walkways, and some furnishings within our park system and civic spaces like benches, bicycle racks, trash cans. Some of those items we start to clear off as some of our last assignments during the snow event. I'm going to turn it back to Sam.
Thanks, Amy. So if we get back into streets responsibilities, again, I think we've all heard it many times, responsibilities for plowing over 700 lane miles. What that equates to is about 2,600 miles traveled when you start accounting for center lanes, emergency lanes, when you get into the shoulders, turn lanes, things like that. Thank you to GIS for pulling up all this data. But that's what it takes to do snow operations and complete the route one time. So that's 2,600 miles traveled for one pass on all snow operations. Ice cinders are applied. Really what we ask is ice cinders are applied after the snowfall ends. What we have found, and it's across the standard, it's across the nation, putting down ice cinders while it's actively snowing is a waste of ice cinders. They no longer serve their purpose and they just get scraped off almost immediately as trucks continue to come through. So the goal is to apply cinders afterwards, but as we see continual back-to-back storms and lingering ice, you see a lot of ice cinders being applied like we saw this year here. And then snow hauling operations. So what the crews will do is they'll go back-to-back shifts, 12-hour shifts, 24 hours a day. Then they have to go back in and we have to remove those cinder boxes out of every truck. And we won't do every truck, but we'll do a significant amount of the trucks, and we remove the snow plow blades themselves. It takes them a few hours on each truck to what we call is strip them down. And then we'll use those trucks to go back into the community on our night shift when parking ordinances help us out greatly, our friends in PD help us out greatly, and then we'll go back into key areas and start doing our haul-out operations. We start doing things like downtown core area, Butler this year. We do note in here, cul-de-sacs are listed as snow haul operations, but there are 345 cul-de-sacs. This year on average, it was taking about 20 trucks per cul-de-sac to remove the snow. So unfortunately, trying to keep up with that is almost impossible. So we just try and pick an area that had the least kind of mobility in the area and get in there first and then work our way through other communities. But unfortunately, it's almost impossible to get to everything before another storm comes in and before we have to prep the trucks to get back into snow operations. If we know another storm's coming, we have to cut it short on snow hauling operations so we have enough time to get the trucks prepped and ready to get back into snow plowing operations. This one here is important, the daytime snow deviations. And it's not just us, we've looked at this across the nation. Many communities have actually gone to a heavily reduced daytime snow operation because of the effectiveness of their operations. They're just not as effective. Between traffic impacts, parking impacts, daytime's just a busy, busy time. So when you put large pieces of equipment like this into areas where you're trying to clear out snow, it becomes very, very difficult. We're even toying with the notions of what does it look like to reduce those operations in the daytime and beef them up through the nighttime. Would we make more progress? Unfortunately, it's a big gamble to take, not knowing the outcome. So it's one of those that we're working through it, and we're working with some of our other partners to understand how they've been successful in their operations. Unfortunately, most who have done this only maintain about half of the lane miles that we do for snow operations. They also receive less than 50% of our snow average. So we're trying to figure out how do they compare to what we do. The other thing that we watch for is the suspended operations for safety. So you'll see from time to time when it is snowing so heavy that you can't see outside, our operators can't see outside. And one of the things I'll stand behind all day is if they can't see, I've asked them multiple times to pull over and stop. Because now they've become a 50,000-pound battering ram, and I can't justify that. So when things get really bad, we will pull operations. We had to do it several times this year, and we just have them kind of park and sit in place with their lights on and wait till they can get to a point where they can see and get up and moving. Again, it's pretty dangerous to be out there operating if you don't understand what you're seeing. Daytime emergencies. Unfortunately, what do we see when school kicks off? Everybody's heading to work in the morning, even a 2-hour delay. We see everybody out there at 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock, whatever that time frame is. It doesn't reduce usually the amount of people we see on the road, it just changes that time frame. What we find is when we have the 2-hour delay, we also run into school operations at the same time. It affects how many vehicles are on the road. And then we run into accident situations like we see on South 4th Street, Forest Hill. As you'll know, we've proactively closed Forest Hill because it takes so much effort from one single vehicle to keep that road open. We found it's just less effective on all of those operations in that general region if we leave it open. So we just close it preemptively. We try and leave access to the locals, but we found we've had pretty good luck with that, trying to stay ahead of those. And then working with signalized intersections and issues there. Every time we have an issue with a signalized intersection, we have one qualified signal technician who is also a snow shift supervisor who works on the snow shift at night. Unfortunately, when he gets off shift, if we have a daytime issue, we have to call him in as we're still working to recruit for our signal technicians. So it's little things like that, understanding that it's not just snow operations. When we have emergency calls, we have to pull people out of trucks, put them into other equipment to go take care of those emergency calls, then put them back into their operation. Post-event snow hauling. We hit on this a little bit earlier, but understanding what this looks like. We transition out, and as you can see here, this was them working out off of Fremont in Cheshire. I don't know if anybody drove that. They had quite a nice snow feature out there. It wasn't really designed by Jana, but we did our best to make it look nice and to fit in with the current environment at the time. But ultimately, our goal is to get that cleared out of there, get the road opened up for safety, one, reduce impacts to drainage in the area, and ultimately just keep the community mobile. Intersection cleanup, we try and do our best to push back intersections, but what we find is as we do our snow operations, the goal is to get the snow as far off the edge of the road as we can without impacting sidewalks. Right? And we're going to get into this in the multimodal piece of it, but it also comes into corners and intersections. When we start pushing back roads too far, or we can't see exactly where we're going, and snow gets pushed too far, now we start impacting sidewalks. Well, how does that affect multimodal? Where are bike lanes? Where do most of our cyclists travel? Be on the edge of the road. Well, if we push the snow back completely where we wanted to, there would be no pedestrian access at all. So we have to find that fine balance of getting the snow far enough back to allow for multimodal and vehicle use, but not completely annihilate sidewalks, which we ask our community under city code to maintain. So trying to find that balance is sometimes tough when you have changing variables like snow operations. Prolonged ice control. So just because we've transitioned to snow hauling doesn't mean we don't have ice impacts. That's one of the things here, even this road here, as they cleared that out, before they left that night, they had to go through and cinder the entire area knowing it would freeze, and these roads hadn't dried out yet, and they would be a sheet of ice. So, you know, ice cinders is a constant operation. And then, unfortunately, we get right back into sweeping operations. Our street sweepers are also snowplow operators. So as they get out of their snow shift, they do cleanup operations, then they get back into their sweepers. Those sweepers also have difficult time running at night. Sweepers do run with onboard water systems. They do that for dust control and other various options. When they're running at night, they freeze. So we have to be very cautious, and when we deploy those sweepers, they can't be running out there when we're seeing those prolonged temperatures well under the freeze limit. We start seeing heavy impacts on our sweepers, street sweepers, and frankly, they are already a high maintenance piece of equipment, so we try and do our best to keep them up and running. As it sits, we're currently down to 1 street sweeper out of 5. 3 of them have major mechanical failures that just aren't going to be fixed anytime soon. So it's one of those, we try and protect them whenever we can. And then roadway damages and potholes. When we see that freeze thaw and when we're trying to clear out snow, one of the big impacts we see in trying to get snow out of there too is to reduce the amount of standing water on the roadways. As the water freezes, it gets into the cracks of the roadway and it expands. And that's what starts to cause those potholes that you see popping up. This year here, we even saw some anomalies in areas that we hadn't previously seen impacts from potholes. And unfortunately, I think we all saw and felt those impacts this year. So keeping up with those are very difficult in between snow operations. It's a whole nother operation in itself to try and manage, as well as the material is very difficult to lay down when it's cold. So we do have some trucks that were able to heat the material and try and lay it down, but as water gets in there and the roads hold water, we, in a sense, almost throw the material away. This year we had to get creative and start using old roadway millings to temporarily patch the roadways until they dried up enough where we could get in there with some good asphalt patch. I wanted to talk about this. I've heard it a couple times, and I wanted to make sure that we all understood what the operational impacts are. So when we look at streets operational HERF impacts, so HERF is as highway user revenue funds, and we talk about what maintenance dollars go to. I think we talked about it a few weeks ago with like separated pilot bike lanes. Streets only has $50,000 for snow operations each year, outside of personnel. So if you take personnel out of it, the only money's left, we have $50,000 for ice cinders, for general supplies needed, for whatever it might be in relation to snow operations. So when we talk about investing $60,000, $70,000 in a single piece of infrastructure, now we've far superseded what we have budgeted for the entire city in a single fiscal year. So I want to make sure we understand the difference between those capital dollars, which could be a grant, those one-time monies that cannot be used as ongoing, versus what we can actually budget for. And then the other piece of it where we try and put for our general maintenance, that comes back to $118,000 a year. So between the two, you know, I'm not great at math here, but it looks like it's about $168,000 a year that we have budgeted for snow operations and general maintenance. So when we talk about infrastructure costing $60,000, $70,000, $100,000 in maintenance, it's eating up half, 2/3 of our maintenance funding each year. So I just want to make sure that as we talk about this, we understand what those impacts are, and we do our best to budget for them, but we budget based on what we receive. We work closely with our budget team and our accountants to understand what that is. And I'm not going to lie to you, I don't think Heidi's here, but I do push those limits every year to try and increase that. But unfortunately, we're just not seeing the revenues. So just understanding what those financial impacts are. I wanted to leave with this here, to understand that, Streets is really working in developing what we're calling as our strategic plan and vision. Where do we want to go? How do we want to get there? What's it going to take to get us there? So these were some of our top 3 items that we're working on right now to provide the most effective and safe snow operation for our community. So this one here is really focused on what we're talking about today. Enhance best practices through training, proper equipment, and staffing. Then our 3 to 5 year goals are to meet staffing needs of our current infrastructure and to try and better support City of Flagstaff. Right now, if we were trying to meet industry standards of what we should have versus what our maintenance obligation is, we're falling short by about 15 staff members. I was doing the math with Scott this morning on that, so it's fairly significant ongoing monies each year. We're looking at the $600,000-$700,000 ongoing every year. So that's my big push, and that's what I'll continue to push for, is to try and get those staffing numbers up. That will get us to a point where we meet our current maintenance obligations and our current snow maintenance obligations. That is not adding anything additional as of today. If South 4th Street came online today, it is just going to be plugged in, and we're going to pull people off of other routes to try and pick that up. So things like that to understand, we're doing our part in working with many of our partners across the nation to understand what those industry standards should be and how do we get there. But I'm pretty excited to see that. The other piece that Public Works is working on right now is we're working through the National Public Works Association accreditation process. It's actually a very prestigious piece. It is one of the highest, I guess, if you will, accreditation processes you can go through from a public works standard. And what that really does is it puts together and aligns all of our SOPs. It gets reviewed and ranked from a board that is made up from everybody in the North America, including Canada, public works organizations. They help review them. They help us understand where we can be better, or some processes may not fit with what we currently do. So as we finalize and work through this accreditation process, I think it's really going to kind of set forth maybe a new looking public works as we move forward. So we're excited about going through the process. We're right now going through the evaluation process, but it's one of those pieces that snow operations really ties to that. So with that, I know we're going to jump straight into the next one, but if we had any questions related to this, that higher arching snow operations, we'd be more than happy to discuss those.
Council, questions? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think I'll go from the general to the specific.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I see a frown on the city manager's face. We need more money for your department, it sounds like to me. More resources, let me put it that way, to serve the community in the way that they expect to be. When I hear that if we get 12 inches of snow, it might be 36 hours before we get a plow through there, I can understand that from the viewpoint of what you need to deal with, and that's maybe the real world. On the other hand, if we have 4 inches of snow on our street, it's like fine if we let it go for 5 days or whatever. But when you have 12 inches of snow, there's a lot of vehicles that can't make it through that. So I see that as a little bit of a problem. And then the last thing, and maybe we want to bring this up later, just tell me. I've talked to you and Scott about it. The ice berm problem is like a big deal to a lot of people. I mean, sometimes I wish you guys just wouldn't plow my street, and then I wouldn't get that ice dam that blocks my driveway, because I can get through like 6 inches of snow, but I can't go through an ice dam. And so I guess I'll start with a question. I believe the city bought a device that can be added on to the snow plows that will come down or over or whatever, so that when you go in front of somebody's driveway, it'll reduce, maybe not eliminate, but reduce the ice dam buildup And then as soon as you get by the driveway, you lift it or move it, whatever, and then that snow gets dumped between the driveways. And so my first question is, did we buy a device that's designed to do that, and have we been able to test it?
So no, we do not have a device that does that. It was not purchased. That is something that we have actually done a ton of research on. I've done even more research here recently. We've been working with our Empire dealer. They're the only dealer in the region who would produce or sell through a vendor. It's called Hinky. They actually do our snowplow wings. They are actually a pretty reputable company. Some of the best snowplow wings that you can purchase are developed through them. So Cat Empire would be the only vendor. So we have talked with them on what they call as a snow gate. They are a tool that can be mounted on what their preference is a motor grader. You have to remove the wing off of the grader, and then you would attach this device to it. They do come with some, I guess we'll call them stipulations. The representative was very nice about it. Ultimately, he would love to sell us 25 of them if that was the need. He did want us to understand where their limitations are on their tools. So as we looked through that, we started deciding, well, what can we do with this? So their best recommendation right now with that tool is they recommend it for communities who see a snowstorm with an average of 6 inches or less. If it's under 6 inches and it's produced a heavier or slushy sort of a snow impact, they would recommend you don't use their product, mainly because the weight that it puts on it, it's designed to handle storms. Again, a standard snowstorm with less of that kind of moisture buildup in it, that heavy slushy snow. The way it's designed is on the, see if we have a picture of a motor grader on here. It's tough to see it in that picture. On the motor grader, there's a blade kind of runs underneath it in the middle. As you're pushing snow, the goal is to keep it as tight as possible. We call it tight as possible, but as articulated as possible. As you start to square up, it will literally bring that grader to a stop, carrying that much weight. So when you try and square up, people say, well, you can just square up when you get to the driveway. It actually will bring that grader to a stop, and then, as we know, in those start and stop locations with graders, there's a significant pile of snow. When you start to lose speed, it builds a higher berm. So what they recommend with their tool is, as it goes on the edge of that blade, it stops all that snow. Well, once it starts exceeding a certain weight capacity, it will break that piece off of the grader. So their recommendation is if we run into an area where we're seeing storms that are, on average, well above the 6-inch range, which from what National Weather Service tells us, we're in that 8 to 12-inch storm range, our average snowstorm, that they would not recommend it here, but of course they're not going to stop us from buying them. So we also reached out to some of the other communities. What we're seeing with this is across the nation, there are a handful of communities that are using them. You can research them. Sioux Falls was one of the big ones. I thought they had one of the better approaches. Every community who's gone to this, I haven't found a community that utilizes these in an area where they maintain over 300 lane miles. They've also gone down to only plowing residential streets, and they contract out their mains and arterials. So because it's caused such a reduction in time in snow operations, they're also saying that main roads would reduce their service from a 12-hour snow operation on a main arterial to 36 hours. What it does is it cuts the time frame of the travel of the vehicle in half. So on average, these motor graders travel at about 9 to 10 miles an hour. Their recommended speed should not exceed 5 miles an hour. So we just take a lot longer to get there. And then if we get over that point of 6 inches, they ask that we don't use that anymore, which unfortunately I think what we see is the snow berms are really more impactful on storms over 6 inches. You get a 6-inch storm, you get a snow berm, it's usually not as bad. Now we get a 12-inch storm, you get a snow berm, now you've got a real problem. That's where this company here, and honestly there's only one other company that creates a product similar to this, and they don't have a vendor anywhere close to the region, and their expectations are the same thing. Use them in storms under 6 inches and under, They say that they are very beneficial in those type of storms. And honestly, some of the communities that we've seen, they've had some very good luck with them in smaller storms. But again, you lose that wing on there. So if we had to come back through, when we go through and plow with the motor grader, the goal is to widen everything out as much as we can. When we can, we would have to make multiple passes in every community to get it back to that point. So there's pros and cons with it, and then understanding what our region receives as far as weather, and then what our maintenance obligation is.
Well, I appreciate that discussion. The other side of the same coin is that the amount of work that it takes for individuals to remove that snow berm from their front driveway, multiplied by how many people are doing it across the city, we might be justified in maybe, taking more time to get through the neighborhoods. I don't know if it's realistic, and I'm only one guy on council. I figured that out finally. That maybe we could buy one and try it and see what would happen. Anyway, I'm not going to micromanage, but I do see it as a real issue for a lot of people. And if we could, even if we couldn't eliminate it, if we could just somehow make the berm half as high as it is, or half as much mass in it as it is now, that would be a big benefit. So I'll leave it at that for now. But I'll go back to my first statement. Regardless if we do anything on this or not, it does seem that we need more resources for snow removal. And I also realize it's only for part of the year, which kind of makes it more difficult. If we could just average the snow out all the way through the year, then you could plan for it. But, and it may be that we need to increase the amount that we pay our temps or our regular staff so that we don't have empty seats, so to speak, so that we can fill all those tractors and graders and pickup trucks and bobcats and everything else. Mayor, I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Other questions, comments? I will say that I looked into those wings and spoke to Scott about it a little bit during some of the storms. And from what I could see, it was really, just like what you said, Sam, a mixed bag. And one community that bought them and tried them has them sitting somewhere in a warehouse now because they didn't really work for them. But I absolutely agree that the berms are a problem, and they're a problem for all of us too. We all get bummed when we come out of our house and we see those snow berms at the end of our driveways. I have a couple questions. Can you remind me how many vacancies you have?
Right now, we are staffed at 24 out of 32.
Okay.
Through the winter, we hung right around 22 staff members, noting that one is administrative and the other one is the manager who really tries to keep everything in line. But between, by the time you take out the 4 supervisors, the 1 manager, and the administrative assistant, it really changes that operation level.
Okay. And do I understand correctly that the possession of a CDL is one of the roadblocks to recruiting staff?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I've got a little creative with to try and bring on some new staff members. So I've extended out internally. I'm not making anybody mandatorily get a CDL until after they put in at least 6 months with us. It gives them time to get them in the door, understanding that it may not have a CDL coming in. We're just looking for the people with the right attitude who frankly want to take on something different or more or less than what they may have had before. And then we're doing our best to invest in their commercial driver's license. Last year we invested $40,000 into getting 6 people a CDL. So it was a large investment for us. It came out of those maintenance dollars. But if that's what we got to do, and actually every one of those staff members are still with us to date, and they're thriving. But we're working on it as we go. It's just competitive across the market is the tough place right now.
Thank you. And were any new positions added in the upcoming budget?
Yeah, so that was the beauty of it. Again, it was getting a little bit creative and working with Jeff. We were able to fund 2 streetlight technicians through the SLEDS program. That SLEDS program is going to carry those 2 technicians for the next 4 years. However, with the projection of HERF, we've got to figure out what we're going to give up in 4 years to keep those 2 technicians. So we're currently working with HR to get those positions finalized and created so we can get them posted as soon as possible, but they wouldn't be coming out of HERF dollars because it can't absorb them right now. But that's about as creative as I could get. But 2 staff members in a single budget cycle was pretty exciting for us.
And what's SLEDS?
It is the dark sky LED transition. So we were able to get all the money for the dark sky LEDs. We just don't have any staff to put them in. We do have boom trucks. So the goal was to have 2 staff members running 1 boom truck all day, every day, as they work through transitioning out the 3,800 streetlights in Flagstaff to dark sky compliant LEDs. On the plus side, they will have commercial driver's license, and they may or may not wind up in a snowplow. So, yeah, that was a win for us.
Thank you. And that's great because we also hear from a number of people who are frustrated that lights haven't been replaced in their neighborhoods.
And I don't want to say we're completely out. I'll give a lot of credit to Stephen Hill, who is the supervisor for that group. He's been out there day in, day out trying to replace as many as possible. I think a couple weeks back they were able to replace 70 in 1 week. And that was him and one of our, what we're calling an apprentice, one of the individuals who got hired last year without a CDL. And they've been working really hard around the clock to try and get that caught up. But we're about 400 behind right now, 400 outages.
And do you feel like we have found the solution for parking enforcement? Because I know that we were talking about Park Flag helping with that, and we had frustration on all sides with cars still parked on the street and not being able to remove that snow.
You know, I don't want to speak for PD as we walk through this. Our partnership with PD actually this year, and I think every year, has just been phenomenal. But this year here, we were able to really team up on some areas like the downtown area. When we went and did snow cleanup operations, they were able to get their night crews in there and help us, and that worked tremendously well. What we do run into is our daytime operations, where unfortunately things continue to happen in the daytime far beyond snow operations, and our friends in PD are just overwhelmed. Again, I don't want to speak for them, but much like we are, we do our best to get as many as we can, but there are literally thousands of vehicles parked in the roadway, and that roadway will get skipped. Unfortunately, we did run into a significant number of bumps and bruises, we'll call, along the way this year, of our snowplow operators doing what they do, believing that they are the best because we do have the best, and attempting to push through wherever they could push through. And unfortunately, we ran into some incidents, and so I had to come back and reevaluate, and then we had to put a hard stop to anybody attempting to go down a roadway where a vehicle may even look like it impedes their vehicle from getting through there, because a small slide leads to a big incident. So unfortunately, we do have to skip roads quite often, and those roads will not be hit again until the next snow shift, because they have large routes that they have to cover. But no, it's a great point. I know they've done their best to stay ahead of it. Every time we've called, they've been very receptive, and if they can get somebody out there, they get them out there as quick as they can. But by the time the call routes and they get somebody deployed, it could be 20, 30 minutes if they're not on another call. So it's tough for an operator to sit there and wait for the road to be opened. Right now, we're moving towards a policy of skipping the road and coming back when we can get to it. But parking is a big, big problem.
And are we utilizing Park Flag?
Park Flag, I think, really only operates in the downtown corridor. When we start looking at our community impacts, I don't think there's a whole lot they can do for us outside of there, unless I'm missing something and maybe they're online.
I remember that we had a discussion about them helping out on the south side.
Yes, they do help in the downtown area. I include the south side in there. They'll go as far as they can, but really there's not a whole lot. They don't really have any enforcement capabilities outside of, I think, their regulated areas.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Okay, so a couple questions, and it is about parking and enforcement. So if we have a policy that says you need to remove your cars, no street parking after a certain time, blah, 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 and we don't go down a street because we have some cars there that's blocking, and we have a medical emergency, and somebody can't get out, what do? How do we get a truck or ambulance down that street to that person?
You know, we've had these communications before, and I don't know if Chief Galliard's on board. I know that we've got Deputy Chief Mansfield in the back. You know, we've coordinated with our first responders numerous times, and honestly, they find a way. If they run into an issue where we have that, we now have interoperable radio capabilities, and Flag Dispatch has a direct line to the streets channels, and actually they do direct communications to the street supervisors. So as PD has an issue, one of their officers calls it in to a dispatcher, and that dispatcher just flips over to our channel and says, hey, they need somebody here. So if they needed somebody and they said, hey, this is just too much, our trucks will do their best to attempt at least to get them as far in as they can, but they just can't get past the vehicle. So, but I don't know if...
So next question along those lines or with that, and please don't hear me trying to grill you, because that's not what I'm doing.
Good question.
What I'm doing is trying to see how we can resolve these issues. So if the policy is that you're not supposed to park on the street, do we have a contract with towing agencies, and do they not have the authority to come and remove that car?
Jet towing is, I think, the primary contract with City of Flagstaff, and frankly, there are hundreds of vehicles every single snowstorm. Hundreds.
Yeah.
They do their best. I know they're running out there. I've seen them creatively pulling small vehicles with very large tow trucks because that's what they had available at the time. They're also working other incidents, but right now that's our primary tow company, and they do their best. But ultimately, we run all that through PD to get for the enforcement.
So we wait for PD to decide that the car should be towed, and then they call the towing company?
Yeah, the streets just doesn't have any regulatory authority.
But you can report that street is that, okay, so
yeah.
Whatever the street is, DuPont, whatever, that it's blocked, that it can't get through their cars there. Okay, so then my next question, and this is probably not for you, it's probably for someone else, and somebody else can jump in there if they want to.
Yeah.
What do we do to landlords whose residents live in those homes where there is not enough parking? Is there any penalty for that? Or is that just too bad? You've rented a place that didn't have a parking space for you, and tough. Is that pretty much how it goes?
I wish I had the answer to that. I think my hope would be it's more of the enforcement action, but I fear that it may not be, but I don't have that answer.
Okay, fair. Thank you.
Sorry about that. We can follow up on that.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I was lucky enough to do a couple of ride-alongs this winter, and it's amazing what you all do, especially given the small crew and the amount of snow that we had, so thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify, did you say that we had 1 out of 5 street sweepers working?
Yeah, it's not a number we're proud of right now. Unfortunately, we had 2 major engine failures, and then another that was, honestly, was an accident. We had one of our new trainees break the hopper off of one of them, and then the other one has it should be an easy fix, but a drive shaft that is on a 6-month back order. So it's there. So we're kind of robbing parts around to keep them up and running. But yeah, that's where we currently sit.
Can you tell me an estimated cost of buying one?
We just purchased one last year. It was $325,000. We do have one coming in. What's projected to be at the end of June here is our electric sweeper that we're bringing in. It's going to be a little bit smaller than our normal sweepers. It's a demo. And what we're doing is we're demoing one. We have budgeted next year to purchase another sweeper. What we were able to budget for is going to kind of fit in that range of these smaller electric sweepers. We also think it's going to be more efficient in like the downtown area. Has a separate attachment for cleaning off like the edge of a curb or something like that. So we're really looking forward to getting that up and running, but right now we have to get through these demo processes and get into the next fiscal year before we can get there. But the one that's up and running right now is the one we purchased last year. So I'm going to knock on wood just in case, because they are out running right now.
Thank you. Okay, Amy, I think we're ready for you. Did you know that you two are twinsies today? Was it planned?
Yes, it was. All right, thank you, Sam. I'm going to escape out of Sam's presentation and open up, which is appropriately called Part 2. That does not mean I'm number 2, but it means I'm Part 2, if it'll open for us. Partial. Okay, we're going to get started in what's labeled Part 2, and it's the PROS. That's our acronym for the Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Events Division, and also multimodal snow operations. You're going to notice as I go through this presentation, it's not packed with a bunch of text, and that's done by design. But as Sam and I collaborated on this, because I want to take some time and let's discuss each one of these slides, or if it elicits any questions that came from the presentation that just occurred, because these things go hand in hand naturally. There's going to be, I'm sure, plenty of puns that Vice Mayor will catch me on. We all know he's good at that, see? And there's plenty of guardrails to kind of help us keep on point as we're discussing this, but we can go backwards, forwards, you name it. We ready? All right, we're ready. Okay, these are the main bullet points we're going to cover. So we're just going to glance over this because we're going to dive into each one of these individually. And I'd love it if there are discussions, we'll hit each one of these slides as an individual discussion and again see how they collaborate with each other. So I'm not even going to read what's on that one. There's plenty of pretty pictures too. The shift. Okay. We've been constantly shifting, I think, the last handful of snow seasons. And we're constantly trying to shift essentially with what this community has gone through. We've had plenty of growth. We've had some changes and some expectations. So we keep shifting. We have to shift depending on accumulation, as Sam was just discussing earlier, depending on what happens with the storm. We have to shift when there are different timeliness events of a storm. It's honestly constant with us. And there's been changes in climate, there's been changes in accumulation, especially this last snow season that we all experienced. And we're experiencing some more different and severe weather, or different even post-storm severe weather. So I'm going to keep diving through what the exact assignments are for the PROS division, because they do differ from our partners in Streets and Public Works. So I'm going to dive into those here a little bit for us. The initial assignments, when that snowstorm hits, we've got those that we are to get substantially complete. Those include going out to those 63 parking lots for those city-owned buildings where park staff are responsible for clearing those. There's a timing component in there. There's an accumulation component in there. We're trying to get them cleared and open so that our coworkers can park safely at work. At the same time that that's happening, then we're also sending individuals out to the Foots Trail. Now, it's not the entire 58.5 or 59 miles of the Foots Trail. It's the 24 miles that are asphalt or concrete. A lot of those are commuter segments, but then there's some smaller segments or chunks or whatever you want to call them that maybe even connect to aggregate that we're still responsible for clearing. But those staff in those 10 plow trucks, those six tractors, backhoes, you name it, they head out and they start hitting that at the exact same time that they're going to those parking lots. At the same time, we're also deploying staff to Heritage Square. We're going to get snow off the square. We're going to get snow off those sidewalks, and that's an interesting operation if anyone's ever experienced that with us. We're also going to start sending out individuals with those snow throwers, maybe the one mini tractor that we have that looks like it's about to tip over every time I see it move, and those hand shovelers, and we're going to hit the sidewalks, the city-owned sidewalks. Sometimes those double as an urban trail for us, but many times they're not. They're out in front of our city buildings or some other locations. So that same deployment occurs at that same time. And we're out there and we're doing all this concurrently while Streets is plowing the streets. So it's quite the operation to watch. As Councilmember Sweet mentioned, we put her in a tool cat with an individual that hit the portions of a sidewalk in the urban trail, and it's treacherous. You're right next to the street, and it can get a little wild, right? It's a good time. Then we start to peel into some of those lower priorities. Well, and it's going to be a bigger discussion on June 20th, but we do have dedicated alleys. So that impacts our downtown alleys, town site, and there's, I believe, 3 alley sections in the Sunnyside neighborhood that PROS is responsible for plowing. So that also happens in that first priority, if you will. And then we peel into those second priorities. We start hitting up some of this, although the stairs at City Hall are a top priority, but some of those stairs in our park grounds, those smaller parking lots in our park grounds, those furnishings, benches, bicycle racks, trash cans, you name it. Then we start to able to clear into those, to clear snow off of those. We also hit those approaches to the urban trail. They're concrete, but there may be approaches to aggregate trail segments. We try to clear those because normally what's right next to them is a sidewalk. So we're just trying to clear everything for better functionality. After those first larger priorities are completed, we tend to start to organize a hauling of snow out of downtown. All that snow that comes off the square has got to go somewhere. And then there's also a parking lot with a handful of accessible parking spaces adjacent or perpendicular to LaRue, in between Route 66 and Aspen, so park staff clear that parking lot. Snow storage eventually becomes a little bit of a problem. There's also that alley right there, which is the access into those parking spaces. So all that snow we eventually start to accumulate in some of the park flag spaces to haul out. That operation is a great time at 2 a.m. if anyone's ever interested for that ride along. So you can imagine with all of those assignments, and then with the assignments that Public Works and Streets is performing, then there's those post-storm obstacles. It's that freeze-thaw. I know we've talked about that many times. That's a nuisance for anyone at their home. That's a nuisance in all of these assignments. There are other obstacles too, especially in our alleyways, and I know we'll dig into that next week, but utility boxes, gas meters, parked cars that Councilmember Harris was just referencing. Those can all be obstacles during the snow, but also during the snow event, but they're post-storm obstacles for our staff too when we're trying to clear this. I'm not moving from this slide. Any questions on the shift or how we've been trying to shift and how we've been trying to change anything in our operations that we can to meet the growing needs of our community? No questions? All right, we're going to go to the next slide. Future growth and growth within the community. You know, what does this really resemble for the city of Flagstaff when we're talking about snow operations? Like, let's discuss, like, what is our strategy, but also what is our financial model? We were referencing some of that in Sam's presentation earlier. You know, as additional mileage of the urban trail, whether if it's a hard surface or not, comes into our system, how are we going to manage that snow operation as these additional miles are added? We've got many more planned miles to come. You know, how does snow operations grow as the community grows? You know, we may not get to all the answers on this slide tonight, but I do think this is something that we need to be thinking about. So let's keep this one in the back of our mind as we're talking about some of these other topics. Councilmember McCarthy has said it a couple times tonight. Those resources, we haven't increased those resources, and that's a future slide. So how are we going to grow with the community? Community's grown, so our resources and maybe how we think about snow operations needs to grow. Any questions on this slide? I have a feeling we'll circle back to this one. Okay.
Oh, I spoke too soon. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, technically, it's not in this slide, but just to clarify, you try to get the snow off the paved foot trails, but the gravel or aggregate, those, they just have to, wait for it to melt or whatever. Is that correct?
That is correct. Those are not plowed.
Okay, thank you.
Undefined expectations, that was a bullet point. This is a tough one. When we're talking about undefined expectations, that impacts our community, that impacts our staff. Many times, undefined expectations that can easily create disjointed operations. It can create chaos, again, for the community or even for our staff performing the operation. It can certainly create some negativity. We just need to acknowledge that, I think, as a part of this process. But what can we do to mitigate those undefined expectations? Because it's clearly a top 5 work stressor. Our staff were heavily stressed this last snow season. We were short-staffed and had massive accumulation to manage. So it created a lot of those undefined expectations potentially. I think we need to challenge ourselves on what can we change, how can we educate our community, and how can we define any of those undefined expectations. I think that we do need to have a hefty discussion on that. I believe, was there a question, Councilmember House? Oh, okay, sorry. I saw something come across my screen. Sorry about that. Any questions on this slide or what these undefined expectations mean? They're undefined. They're out there. What do we want to do to define them? What do we want to change? Those are some hefty questions.
Yeah, and I think that what we need to discuss is defining those expectations and also communicating with the public. We just, we got so much feedback this last winter, and it's clear that that we need to decide on what the expectations are going to be and how we clearly communicate them to the public.
Agree. The tasks do not diminish, and sometimes they can increase in complexity, especially when we see a higher accumulation. So how do we change, and how do we encourage our staff to be able to do better at their jobs by defining those expectations? I think that is a big challenge for all of us. Courtesy burn program. I have a feeling we're going to hang out on this slide for a little bit. The PROS program, it offers a snow berm relocation program. It is for residents with physical limitations who are physically unable to remove the berm of snow blocking their driveways. After a storm has subsided and all street clearing has been completed, the parks team will go out and assist with those snow berm relocation of those that are on our list. And they'll clear that berm of snow. Great image of what we experienced, I think, in January, February, and I believe a little bit in March with that picture of that snow berm there. The program has increased drastically. In the 2021-22 snow season, we had 86 residences signed up for the program. At the end of this 22-23 season, even with some back and forth with some residences, we have 165. Now, that's 165 driveways that this team goes out and clears that horrific ice berm that I'm sure our backs still have not recovered from. So it's wild. It's increasing. That's great news. And you probably think I'm crazy for saying that's great news because our resources haven't increased. But it means that the program means something to those individuals that truly need it. So I think that is something that we should celebrate. I would like to point out that, as these assignments increase, because I'm going to guess that we're going to see an additional increase this next snow season, we may want to start to think about what those impacts to our resources really are. This last snow season, the team was forced to come up with some innovation, and we did. I want to say it was after, I think, the Martin Luther King weekend snowstorm, and that snow wasn't melting, and then the next snowstorm came due to some colder temperatures
this winter, we just decided to think about it differently. We normally would send out, I think it was on the previous slide, a regular pickup truck with either a V blade or a flat blade on it. It wasn't working any longer. We couldn't articulate the piece of equipment or the plow in a great enough degree to stack the snow properly to get it out of individuals' driveway. So we took that magical tool cat, one big snowstorm. We were able to hit all 165 addresses in 5 hours. It was amazing. So it has changed our perspective on how we can do this. So again, that undefined expectation force created the innovation. We tried something new, and it actually worked. And now we have this second toolcat coming, so that will just help us out even more next season or the season thereafter, as I have a feeling we see these courtesy berm relocation residences increase.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I'm not clear on what type of equipment you used when this latest go-around with the snow berm removal. Could you explain that?
I could. It is a Bobcat toolcat, so more of like a utilitarian vehicle, not an ATV, where you can put different attachments on the front. It can be blades, it can be a snow thrower. We use it in our streets, uses them in the separated bicycle lanes along Beaver and Butler. It's a much smaller piece of equipment. The nice thing is it can travel about 22 miles per hour on a road. So it's really not that much slower than a pickup truck with a flat 8-foot or 7-foot blade. So it really changed how we could manage this program much more efficiently.
So you're using a Bobcat, and then what do you have? You use a blade on the front of it to just move the snow, or?
You know, when it's I think when it's that 3 to 8 inch storm, we can use just a blade and push and maneuver the snow. There's times that we'll have to use a bucket and actually scoop and start to create those snow storage locations, like in this image on the side. A snow thrower, I don't think, is a good resource for the courtesy berm program. We certainly use a snow thrower on the Foots Trail, though, so that way we can toss it a little bit further. Yeah, you bet.
I had the delight of going out with one of your staff members for berm removal, and I was really impressed at the use of GIS to keep track of who needed the removal and the ability for him to check it off the list so that other drivers know who was taken care of. And I'm sure that there are expanded uses for that. And one thing that we've talked about in the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living is an app that residents could use. And this is more for code enforcement, probably, but to point out problem areas where maybe people who have some mobility issues are finding some difficulty in accessing the sidewalk and so forth. But I just think that there are a lot of uses for that GIS data. And I was just really impressed by how quickly he was able to move out the snow, and that he knew exactly who he still needed to get to and who had already been taken care of. And as we went back and forth this last winter, lots of staff and I, about beefing up a volunteer presence to help with snow removal on sidewalks as well as berms. And I know that the Sustainability Division is really working on building their Snow Angel program. Mm-hmm. So I would hope to see church groups and Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and lots of people signing up for that, maybe in their own neighborhood, so that they have 2 or 3 residents that they know to check on when we have a storm, so that they can clear their sidewalks and help with the snow berm.
Absolutely. I appreciate the kudos on the GIS, and that is an upcoming slide. It's like you read my mind. Any questions on the courtesy berm relocation program? Again, I think that the outlook looks great. I know the numbers seem crazy when we increase, but I think we have found a way to more efficiently service this many addresses. All right. Foots, multimodal, those trails, those sidewalks. This is a big topic. The foots is multimodal to pros, to our division. I know that when we say multimodal in general, and I know Martin Ince is here, that can mean much more. But when we're talking about the snow operation for the pros division, multimodal is the foots trail. So it's those 24 miles of that hard surface that meaning asphalt or concrete, that are primarily our commuter routes of the foots trail. There are some routes that are not commuter segments that may be asphalt or concrete that we do plow. So we do bring those up to that higher priority. Some of those might be in some of our neighborhoods, some of our subdivisions. Just because they're not considered a commuter trail does not mean we're not going to go plow them. So we do tackle those too in that higher priority for the division. As I think most of you know, I love maps. I love this map because it shows the impact of what this trail does mean in our community, and there's more to come, which is great. I think that we do need to ask ourselves, like, what could we change about the plowing operation on the foots, and what should we change? And we'll bounce around back and forth on this in talking about some of those peer cities that Sam and I have researched and discussed. The city of Boulder has, I believe it's 73 miles, if my slide is correct here in a couple slides, of their path system or their trail system. They plow all of it, whether if it's a hard surface or aggregate. So I start thinking about what does that mean for our resources, our operators, if we were to make a change like that, if we think that we should make a change like that. We could, sure, but should we? I think that we would need to take a look at what those other assignments are and what are those other priorities. Is there a contract opportunity for someone else to plow those 63 city parking lots to get open for city staff? If the direction was, let's figure out how to plow our 58 and a half miles of an urban trail. There might be some individuals that don't want to see those aggregate trails plowed. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fun snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, or other snow activities when the snow is on those. So how do we balance that? How do we have that discussion when the trail is a recreational opportunity? I know Boulder has struggled with that and talking with their team there since they do plow all 73 of their miles. Another peer city with a similar path system would be the Tahoe regional area, if you will. So that's South Lake, Tahoe City, Kingsbury, Incline Village. There's a asphalt path that goes primarily around that lake. It sometimes connects to other sidewalks, just like our foots trail could double as a sidewalk in certain locations. It's plowed, and that's multiple jurisdictions dealing with that together somehow. They're unable to really attest to how quickly that's a priority, because then there's also one highway that goes around that lake that they're all plowing, especially when they had 15 feet, I believe, this spring. So I don't think it's as high of a priority that our urban trail is for us, or our multimodal foots trail system, but it's something to talk about, and I'd love any feedback on that. Like, what could we do? Yes, we can plow it, but what should we do is a tough question.
Councilmember McCarthy.
How much usage do these foots trails get during the winter? I mean, if nobody's using them, then it doesn't make much sense. But on the other hand, if they're getting a lot of usage, or would get a lot of usage if they were plowed. So can you comment to that?
I could, with our trail counters at a handful of these locations, but it's a small handful, so we do have some data to dive into. I'd be making it up if I told you, say, what the counts were in January. But, Buffalo Park, that's kind of that strange looking shape there at the top of the screen. That trail, it's 2 miles aggregate, not plowed. It's used no matter if there's snow on the ground or not. We were still seeing an upwards of 300 users per day, even with snow on the ground. So they're used. I think they're used as a means because I can't remember which council member was talking about, when we have these private sidewalks that maybe haven't been shoveled, that impedes possibly your path to get somewhere. So that's where this multimodal system really comes into play. And maybe that is an important feature for our community if that was a way to get around. Absolutely.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment, when I did my ride along, we were out in Ponderosa Trails, and I saw snowshoe activity and cross-country skiers, and they were loving it, just as feedback.
It's a great recreational opportunity when it snows here, and that's a safe area to go do those activities. Spot on. Any other questions on this slide? I don't know if I've had any puns yet to stun the vice mayor. I'll come up with one. All right, we're going to talk impacts and resources, and there's one of the streets graders. There's that blade you were talking about, Sam. Okay, impacts and resources. Our impacts have increased year over year in this community. Our resources, they certainly have not matched that game plan whatsoever. I don't think either of our divisions have done much with our resources in a couple decades to match that growth that has occurred or those impacts. I think that we do need to discuss what is a financial model to cover these impacts or these changes to our resources that we may decide tonight or even next week with the downtown discussion, because we do need to know how to manage this best. We've got our best practice tools, we've got our efficiencies and our innovation, but at some point I think there's going to be a breaking point on the impacts that have occurred as our community has grown and how we have not increased those resources. Any discussion points on this slide?
I don't see any.
All right, okay. Peer review best practices, and I'm clearly out of cool photos to show at this point. So I did some digging with our peer cities, and guess what? As Sam said, not many are a good or an exact match to Flagstaff, but I do want to discuss those portions that are. We've touched on them already a little bit. City of Boulder in Colorado, and then that Tahoe regional area. So Boulder does have those 73 miles of a path. It's 100% plowed. Something to think about. Is that somewhere that we want to go? Or do we want to speak with multimodal and discuss maybe it's beyond just those hard surfaces? Are there some commuter segments that are aggregate that maybe get from subdivision to downtown that we want to consider? So maybe it's not all nearly 59 miles of our urban trail system. Is it just some other segments? But again, that goes back to that impacts and resources conversation. So we need to have that included in there. That Tahoe Regional Trail, it's 50 miles with those multiple jurisdictions, just about as it goes around. Again, comboed with some sidewalks, which we do have in this community too. So something to consider. I think just like our roadways, many other communities, they typically will create their snow operations off priority levels. We do too. So there's priority levels. There's many times there's going to be emergency zones. That's going to be a high priority, or even how that operation is possibly handled. So that's very important. I noticed some of our peer communities do an accumulation method. Maybe if there's so many inches down, they're not going to plow a certain part of their town. That's an interesting perspective, something to think about, because as we talk about those impacts and resources, then that starts to bring that pendulum the other way. If we take away certain impacts based off an accumulation method, we just increased our resources to go and tackle a different assignment, if you will. As Mayor already alluded to, GIS mapping or some type of telematics, it's the best tool, I think, out there to inform and educate. So one of my proposals or discussion items for this group is that we have 4 seasons under our belt on this GIS snow app that we created in parks. It has a dashboard, just an individual screen. Someone from outside of internal cannot manipulate, but they could view it. They could click on one of these over 340 assignments that PROS is responsible for, see if it's been completed and if what time it was completed, if there was an obstacle, say if there's a vehicle parked in the alley, so our operator usually can pause or decline the assignment, even take a photo and it attaches to it so the public could see that. If that's something we want to entertain, I'm happy to discuss that with our partners in IT and see how could we do that as a pilot project. While I know our partners in Public Works begin on some other telematics or GIS mapping tool for our roadways, maybe that's a good introductory to start to inform and educate our community on snow operations in a different way. So happy to entertain that if council would like to go there.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. That was actually one of my questions I had emailed, and I would be very interested in having a real-time update, whether it's someone wants to just know what's going on, or maybe they're using one of the areas as a commuting tool. That way they can get on there and know what to expect. So I think it's a great idea, even just as a pilot, to kick it off.
I do too, appreciate that. And then we'll get to you, Councilmember Matthews. This last snow season, our administrative staff in PROS used the dashboard and the tool to be able to properly discuss that courtesy burn program with those 165 residences, so they would know. Maybe they were at work and they were calling in to ask, do you by any chance know if my berm's been hit? They could go on it because it updates every second and let them know. Yes, no, or possibly even be able to see, as the mayor mentioned out on your ride-along, that the operators in that neighborhood, it's possibly next on the list or it's coming up kind of thing. So I think that put a lot of our community members at ease this past winter. So definitely happy to entertain that.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments and maybe a question. But it sounds like there's a lot of budget need for staff and equipment for the overall operation that we're trying to maintain now. I agree with Councilmember Sweet that in my neighborhood off Lake Mary Road, people wait for the snow to come on the foot trails and other places to get out their cross-country skis and their snow shoes. It's like waiting for the pond to freeze over so they can ice skate. But I don't know how much it would cost, but I know on several occasions I was needing to go or wanting to go in person to a meeting, and I wasn't quite sure when the snowplow was coming, and it would be, unless it's just like incredibly expensive, it would be really great to be able to click on the map and say, oh, they're only, it's kind of like UPS. You look at it waiting for a package and it says, you can see what street it's on and coming down. So I know it's used out there, but it helps in planning. Do I need to just hunker down and just go online? Or do I know that I can leave probably in an hour because my street's going to be plowed? So if that's something to maybe investigate to see if it's cost effective, that would be, I think a lot of citizens would like to know, and that would reduce their frustration level if they were like, oh, the snow plow's coming in a half an hour, so I don't have to stress over just waiting.
Just from the snow plow operations, I agree with that comment 110%. I believe technology is really leading us into the future. I think there's many things that we're a little bit behind on. Streets is in the process of transitioning from our current work order asset management system to something more robust. It may have those capabilities. We're also working with Fleet. Fleet's going to be a big one as they manage the telematics for the city. Our current telematics, while it's good, it does its basic function for what Fleet needs. So we're also partnering with them to see how do we enhance that. But my ultimate goal would be to have a dashboard that is live, that shows just streets operations and where they currently are. That would be our ultimate goal. It's in our strategic plan, and honestly, it's a couple of years out before we get there. It's a much larger investment on the amount of equipment we have, but it's definitely on the list, and we're working towards it.
Thank you. And just one last statement or comment, in case you don't know, I've been working with Coconino Community College on some educational aspects for another issue, but I believe they're rolling out in the fall to anyone that currently makes under, I think the benchmark is $65,000 free tuition, and they do offer a CDL certificate program, so that might be a good focus to have for the city to encourage their peeps when it comes online and they're able to go with free tuition to get that certificate on a CDL license.
Yeah, we've been watching some of these programs as they pop up right now. Again, it's a standalone federally mandated program. It's not listed as a CEU through CCC. They're just housing it right now. But if they adopt that in there, yeah, that's going to be a really big turning point for us. I think right now it's about $6,500 an employee to obtain it. So yeah, definitely we've been watching across the board, waiting for some sort of relief in this process, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think they're coming out with an announcement soon. I'm working with them on our personal program, but I know that they're working on it just citywide.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Amy, in terms of a public interface idea, you know, I've had a thought like this in analog for a long time. How wonderful it would be to have an app that lets you know when trains are coming and what route to take through town. Should I take this way, or should I brave the train tracks? So I've often dreamed about that sort of knowledge is power, right? I think this would be a great addition. It sounds very dreamy, though, and as in fantastical. My caution would be that if we implement something like this, obviously we'll do it on a pilot program basis first. You need to be very clear that this is going to be clunky and wonky and potentially inaccurate. And even with those caveats, I think it has a lot more potential to create frustration than it does to alleviate frustration. We've seen that new technologies are like pets. If you don't feed them, they die. Maybe it's better to say they're like plants. If you don't water them, they wilt. But you know what I mean. These things, once you invest in them, become a big, a heavy lift to manage and keep running. And as soon as the public catches wind or gets it in their heads that it's not working, it's gonna be ignored, and you could have a momentum problem in the wrong direction. So be sure that the testing is worked out, all the bugs are taken care of, and that this is something that's going to be resourced steadily so that the public can come to learn that they can rely on it. Otherwise, it'll just be a fancy bell and whistle, a novelty that will quickly get forgotten, and we're putting all these resources into something that's A, not working, and B, being ignored. So it takes a lot of due diligence with technology to implement something like that. I think it would be more difficult than it possibly sounds on the surface, and just to be cautious and wary of that.
Appreciate that caution, because there, you know, and we're lucky in parks to have this snow app. It's gone through 4 seasons, and we beat it up, and we've experienced even the novelty wear off, and then we've made changes to it. It literally is as simple as the operator pulls up to their assignment, they click start. When they're done, they click finish, and it updates the dashboard and says when it's completed. Now, what it can't track for you is that operator just finished that assignment. Someone comes by and dumps snow on it. It doesn't know that. So the operator's moved on. They've gone on to their next assignments. We may receive a phone call that the sidewalk just was covered up or the urban trail was covered up. And if you went on the dashboard, it's going to show that it's complete. So there are those obstacles that you appropriately pointed out. So there is a little bit of that education and inform, and that it's not a perfect model. But question is, does it provide something? And maybe we do it just on one of those categories of assignments for parks as a tester. Maybe it's just on the urban trail or something like that. But you bring up very valid points, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate again that I'm not a fan of shiny, bright object projects. So I do want to make sure that even though this sounds fun, and I think it'd be easy, we already have a small component of it with the snow berms, and I see UPS again using it, and so they've worked out some of the bugs, I'm sure. But I want to make sure that our focus and energy is in getting the staff and the equipment, because overall the citizens in Flagstaff care more about their streets getting plowed than being able to see it online when they're coming. But having said that, it would be great to add that in the future once we kind of address our shortages, because that added to the stress of the employees as well as us, not so much as us, but the employees, because they could see all the social media comments and criticisms and complaining, and they were legitimate, but we can only do what we have resources for. So I want to make sure our focus is on the real core issues, and then we can add this shiny, bright objects.
I have a question that is just thrown out to all staff. I'm wondering if there is a role for emergency management in snow operations. As I know that Scott runs the incident command, and as I'm saying this, actually, I'm thinking emergency management is part of that incident command. Is that correct?
Mr. Overton will be right up.
And I'll jump in. Yeah, I serve as the incident commander for our IMT team when it is stood up, our incident management team. Traditionally for flooded, we did utilize it during the snow events of MLK Day and that holiday winter event. Stacy Breckler-Nags and Daniel Kelly are really your best contact for emergency management, but I think your comment is spot on, that when we see larger scale events or things that might be prolonged or unexpected, we oftentimes will build different structures to respond. So the MLK storm was a great example of a larger event, prolonged, difficult conditions. So at that time, utilizing that incident management structure helped us just dispatch resources more effectively, work in a more communicative manner. And we typically use that for larger events, maybe a special event or a big natural disaster of some sort. And Daniel's fairly new to the city. Stacy BK is new to that role, but clearly we're all integral with our relationships with police department, fire department. As it escalates or becomes even bigger, we would of course start to include our county partners for more resources, and then it extends even further into state and federal resources depending on the size of the event. Yeah, good question.
Yes, thank you. So we do have an online public comment, and Councilmember Harris, would it be all right with you? I know that you have a comment to make, but I'd like to take the public comment before we have any further discussion between council members. All right, thanks. Let's take the public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first commenter is Sam Meyer. Sam, if you'd like to go ahead and unmute, you can give your comments now.
Wonderful. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to join you today. I just want to comment as a citizen and as a person who doesn't own a car and has to travel the city by walking and biking, that the conditions we saw, I agree with Mayor Daggett. What I want from the city is actually just to be able to get around, right? And for me to be able to do that is an equity and an accessibility issue. I'm an able-bodied person, but some people are not. Some people are dependent on wheelchairs to navigate sidewalks or other aids to help them get around, and that would have been completely impossible this winter as a pedestrian, as a person trying to use sidewalks. I'm sure that folks know downtown at many major crossings where we see a lot of people walking across San Francisco and Birch, across Butler, other places like that. The berms were so high that people were standing on 6 feet of snow to try to get to the pedestrian crosswalk. And that's just not acceptable to me as a resident. That's not safe. It forces people into vehicle travel lanes. It increases the likelihood of accidents. Drivers are already having difficulty with parking, which I'm sure you discussed. And so that, again, increases the likelihood of an incident, which isn't in line with the city's goals as far as Vision Zero and trying to ensure that we reduce vehicle fatalities and collisions, right? I want to share with you very briefly something that someone shared with me at NAU last winter when the snow was not quite so bad, which was that he was a person who worked for NAU Facility Services and so was very acquainted with how difficult it is to remove snow. And he shared that previous to having that job, he had sold assistive devices to folks who had to operate those kinds of devices. And that during the winters in Flagstaff, people that he knew, his clients, couldn't get to the grocery store, couldn't get to their doctors, couldn't get to see their family, were completely isolated because they couldn't navigate the sidewalks on major roads such as Cedar. I just really, really want to emphasize how important this is and that it's not, a luxury to clear pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. It is fundamental. When people get out of their cars, they need to have somewhere to go, right? We all need that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam. And we have an in-person. Sorry, there's another?
There is one more. I am sorry
Okay.
to interrupt.
Okay.
Adam Shimoni is our next speaker. Adam, if you want to go ahead and unmute, you can give your comments now.
Thank you, City Clerk, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Aslan, members of council, leadership, and staff. Excellent presentation. Really appreciate the discussion and all the questions that council members are raising. I am speaking tonight on behalf of Flagstaff Biking Organization, and I just have a few things to share. Hopefully everyone got a chance to read our letter that we sent you all yesterday. But this past winter was a historic winter, and people here in Flagstaff ride all year long, as you know. And that there's two key components to encouraging people to ride. One is having separated holistic bikeways networks, and the other one is proper maintenance throughout the winter and throughout the year, but specifically through the winter. If we don't maintain the lanes, no one's gonna ride them, right? Unless it's at Buffalo Park, right? But the city has over 700 miles of vehicle lanes that we prioritize and have policy for and figure out a way to maintain. There's likely some 20 or so key priority bike route lanes in our hierarchy travel routes for cyclists that really need to be elevated. I'm hoping there's council direction to elevate those through policy and prioritize those as we do with those top tier vehicle travel lanes. The previous council that I was a part of, we unanimously approved a pyramid shift that prioritizes pedestrians and cyclists above cars with our road designs. And the thought was that maintenance would follow suit. Not sure if that's happened yet, but it sounds like it's happening. So very exciting times. And I think communication, Mayor, to your point, is important throughout the winter. I didn't see enough communication personally as a member of the public from the city. And even if, hey, the communication is not positive and just that the bike lanes are not passable, I think cyclists would appreciate this better communication in real time more regularly. So I really appreciate those comments. And then recreation versus travel. It's great that people recreate and are snowshoeing and whatnot on our foots and whatnot, but people need to get from A to B, as the previous speaker mentioned. And travel is not a recreation. It's a necessity to life, right? And it's all about compromises and trade-offs, which Amy was speaking to. So council, we can't have it all. We can't please everyone and every need there is out there. You're gonna have to make some hard decisions about who gets prioritized and what trade-offs you're willing to make. And I hope that cyclists and pedestrians, through the lens of equity and inclusivity, get higher prioritized and a higher priority in all this. And just, if we want to support active transportation in Flagstaff, we really need maintenance to, up its game and really not just focus on cars, but all of us. Thank you, and really looking forward to the rest of your discussion.
Thank you, Adam. Was that the last online commenter? Okay, so we have an in-person commenter, Sean Cheshire.
Do what? Just to your right. To my right.
There you go.
Hi. I just wanted
Hello.
to take a couple of minutes just to introduce myself. My name is Sean Cheshire. I am been here 2 years. And this is going to be my forever home because I really love it here. A little bit about myself. I'm an injured U.S. Army veteran, paramedic, former paramedic, and a Paralympic athlete. So the only reason why I mention that is because I'm very active, and I walk literally everywhere. And I'm sure maybe some of you guys have seen my guide dog Nick and I. We are everywhere. And I just wanted to ask you not to forget about someone like me when you guys are making plans and addressing issues, because it absolutely affects me and my ability to have independence, which is very important to me, and I work really hard to be independent. So I was stationed at Fort Drum, New York, and lived in Syracuse for many years, and we get dumped with snow. So I understand, especially listening here, I've stayed here the whole time, just so I could have an understanding. And like I hear what is happening. But at the end of the day, when you guys are making decisions and talking about stuff, there are so many dangers out there that are not getting addressed or enforced, or whatever the challenge is. I'm not 100% sure on all the details. But this is my home, so I just wanted to say hi and introduce myself to you.
Thank you, Sean. And if you would stay there for just a second, can you tell us maybe 2 or 3 of your top frustrations during the winter?
It's my understanding. So I have friends here that are original, what I call them originals, because they've been here for generations, and they have shared with me that there used to be code enforcement. So if there were city codes of the city was holding residents or business owners responsible for keeping sidewalks clear, and sometimes I'm not just talking about snow, because sometimes other things end up on sidewalks, or someone does construction but doesn't put something there to keep me from falling in the hole or hitting my head on something that's leaning across the sidewalk. So they've told me that code enforcement used to be a thing. It's not so much a thing anymore. So I think that's one, is just not being able to navigate safely on the sidewalks. And I think Sam, the caller, she nailed it right on the head for this past winter. That's exactly what it was like. It was just dangerous. But I feel like I'm trying to look at it from the big picture of it's a lot of things. If cars don't get off the road and they stay there, then the snow plows can only come through once, and then people are not shoveling their sidewalks. Everything ends at the corner. I have to go in the road. Now I'm in the road with cars who have nowhere to go around me and my dog. So it's just a lot. I think it's a lot of things from that perspective. And I have been working with like Jeff in traffic, so there are some places that I go to regularly that don't have a safe pedestrian crossing for me to get from like a sidewalk across a parking lot to a medical building. I have to tell you, they've been amazing to work with in trying to help me come up with solutions. So I don't really have complaints other than from a code enforcement to keep sidewalks clear or pedestrian walkways safe for me, because that's my primary mode of transportation. And there's not a lot of ways for me to like get to Walgreens on Milton when I live on Beaver Street other than walking at Milton. And there was no way that was happening this year because nothing got done on those sidewalks. So, I mean, I don't know what the answer is at the end of the day, but I just wanted to ask you guys to just, other than sighted people using bikes and walking to get to work because they don't have a car, like, I don't have an option. So, yeah.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
you're
much.
welcome.
Councilmember Harris, would you like to go?
I'm sorry, I was just telling the mayor that this is going to take a few minutes, and I will try and be as brief as possible. I would stack our city staff up against any staff in the country. And if there was a competition where city staff had to go and do some kind of Olympic thing, I would put my money on our city staff in a moment. And so I say that because I want our city staff to know that I'm going to ask a whole bunch of questions, and I'm going to ask you to do a whole bunch of things, and you're going to tell me I can do it or we can't do it, and city manager will keep me in check. But I want to go back to the snow issue, and I want to go back to the cars parked on the street, and I want to talk about equity in those neighborhoods. And I want to talk about us clearing the snow off of the square downtown, which is important. And I want to talk about clearing the snow off some of the city properties, which is important. But I also want us to not just say, oh, the cars are there and, you know, we can't get down the street. I want us to think about how do we get those cars off that street as quickly as possible, and not just, you know, say, oh, you know, Councilmember Harris, we'll look into that. I want us to think about a plan of how we make that happen so that the cars in Boyne Arrow or the cars on DuPont Street in the south side or the cars on whatever street in Sunnyside, those cars get towed immediately as soon as possible, because in Ponderosa Trails, I can tell you, I can drive down those streets when I can get out of my driveway, and that's another whole issue, and we won't talk about that right now. But I can drive down those streets, and I don't see any cars parked on those streets, not during those hours. So if I come home later at night, and so it's an equity issue. And we have to take that seriously, because folks are looking at us and saying, oh, well, they got the snow off of the square, but they didn't get the snow off the street in blah, 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 whatever. And so I think that when we talk about this being, where's our city mission? To protect and enhance the quality of life for all. I know I haven't memorized that. I have to read it every time. That people really take that to heart, that it means them. It means my neighborhood. It means that that's an issue. And I know that there are lots of things that we have to, you know, kind of put on hold. We prioritize. I get that, and I think everybody does. But I think when it comes to safety and health issues, I talk to people all the time about health and safety. If it's a health and safety issue, everything else takes a back seat. Whether that's the health, and because you might say, well, oh, maybe there's not going to be an emergency. You don't know that. We do not know that. We can't predict when that's going to happen. And I would hate for this last winter, we couldn't get those streets plowed, and somebody on that street was in emergency crisis, and we had to wait for somebody to come and clear that drive, and that person did not make it. That would be awful. We'd be in a jam as a city. And so, you know, I'm trying not to, you know, I'm not going to get emotional about this, but I am going to get adamant that we look into how do we make that happen, you know? And so whatever it is that we have to do, put a, you know, group of us on it, think about it. Definitely from my role in Southside, I can think of things that we can do as an association to try and help. We can't let people park in the parking lot overnight because we have to have it cleared. And if there are cars in there, then we can't get in there in the morning because the driveway can't get cleared. So that's not an option for people to park in the whole parking lot. So anyway, that's all. And I am very passionate about that issue because I drive through Southside every day when I come to work and when I leave at night. I drive through there, and it's in the wintertime. And I know that some of those cars are there when I leave, and they're there probably when I come back, and they haven't been moved. So that's my 20 cents worth. Thank you.
Did you want to address that? Yeah. And then Councilmember Matthews.
Quick comment. Honestly, your passion in that is 100% aligns with where we are. If you could listen to the radio chatter from our operators, they're very prideful. They're very good at what they do because they compete against each other. And I think it's healthy competition, and it's one of those things we continue to cultivate and we want to see thrive in the culture that we have out there. And part of that is it kills them to leave a road behind. But they also know the risk of attempting it and causing an incident, which then reflects directly back on them. So we are trying to balance that out. I do want to find a better solution to that because we have doubled down on communications this year. I want to thank Sarah and her team for trying to help drive that. I know that PD brought in additional staff just to put out flyers warning people, stop parking in the streets, trying to get additional notifications out there. But I think you're right. We have to take it to the next level and figure out what that is because ultimately it is really hard on these operators trying to remember which ones do we miss. And unfortunately, the debriefs that we hear in between shift change isn't, hey, I did this and it went really, really well. 90% of the conversation is there was a car parked on this road and I didn't get to it. And this road, and this road, and this road. And they're working through the map trying to remember every one that they had. And the supervisor's matching it up with all the calls that they received. And they're tracking it. Honestly, most of the time they're just tracking it on paper and trying to call it into PD and dispatch as soon as they can. Now, I agree with you. We have to do better there. I don't know what that is yet, but agreed, we got to do something.
And I'd like a commitment from us to think about how that happens. So whatever, like I said, I'm not blaming anybody, and I probably shouldn't have said all that I said, but I said it. And so it's too late to take it back. And I'll get my hand slapped on some of those things. But the bottom line is that we do have to make sure that our drivers don't have to make decisions. They don't have to decide whether or not, can I get down that street? We shouldn't put them in that situation. They should not have to even worry about that. And so that's where I'm trying to get us.
I agree with you, and I really appreciate that.
And I think they do a great job. And this last year, I haven't said a whole lot about it, but I definitely saw the job that we did. And people were really, really good about getting streets cleared and all of that stuff. And so I appreciate what our staff does every day. But this is an issue that I do think we have to get on right away because it's been a lot of years that neighborhood has been dealing with stuff.
Agreed. Yeah,
So,
we've got
thank you.
a couple key neighborhoods. So, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought about this earlier and I didn't say anything, and then when Councilmember Harris brought it up, there are some unintended consequences for things sometimes that we do, wanting to reach some goals. And I know that the city and this council has a lot of discussion about reducing parking requirements. So in Ponderosa Trails, nobody's on the streets because they all have driveways and garages. And as we move towards less parking, I see on next door a lot of students living in the neighborhood that are only up here for a couple of years, and they're screaming and yelling, going, oh my gosh, what can I do? What can I do with my car? Because they don't have a parking space because they share a room. And so I'm not saying, because I know that we will still go towards reducing parking because that's the majority sentiment, but I think that we need to work collectively with, let's say, your department and code enforcement, because it's going to get worse. As more development is being developed with fewer parking, this problem is just going to get worse. And so I think that we need to make sure we're communicating all the departments together, and as development is coming up online and we see that it's only 50% parking per units out there, that should trigger something within our budget to say, okay, what are we going to do with all these, especially if they're students that aren't going to yield to our overall vision because they're only up here for a couple of years, and mom and dad got them a car and stuff, and so they're going to park on the streets, and it's just going to get worse. And so maybe we need to beef up code enforcement and make sure that we are looking at increasing the budget in your department, because those issues and situations are just going to just get worse over time, because we're going to have less and less places for these vehicles to park. And so it's something that's not going to be an answer just for today, because it's going to be a growing issue.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you and to the whole city staff and apparatus for taking the time out to do this. I know this is going to be an ongoing conversation, some soul searching, some troubleshooting, some laughing, some crying. It's a problem, and collectively we need to figure out how to solve it. I do have a slightly different take from Councilmember Matthews that I was going to bring up anyway. This isn't going to be back and forth in a conversation about parking minimums. But I wanted to give voice. We've seen from public speakers like Sean Cheshire here today how elemental and important it is for us to get this right for people who don't have an option. She's not the only person in our community in that situation. And even if it is optional, those people who choose not to use vehicles should have that choice available to them year-round, 4 seasons. We're talking about a big shift, and part of that is reducing parking requirements. I do believe we need to make it more difficult for people to have vehicles in town who don't need vehicles. We don't want to incentivize, we want to incentivize people leaving their cars somewhere else, not giving them places to put their cars that they're not going to use. I don't want to go down that parking lot right now because I think the relevance to this conversation is about the big shift and how it's incumbent upon us to get that right. It's incumbent upon us up here to show leadership towards that end, and it's important for the city apparatus and staff and leadership to take that mandate and that challenge and go and make it work. I don't think it worked well this past winter. I think this past winter was exceptional in the way that it challenged all of us. I don't think any of us are entitled to have everything work perfectly after every weather event. I think we sort of get into the mode of thinking that we're entitled to a perfectly highly functioning system, even in the face of great adversity. And we should check that expectation. But we do need to have this soul-searching moment where we're making a determination and a commitment to providing the opportunity for people to get out of cars. And this isn't about making cars a boogeyman. Cars are not going to go away in Flagstaff. We're always going to have people using cars. We always have prioritized cars. And we do a very good job of making sure that cars in general, even during these big events, can get from place A to B. The big shift is about taking that philosophy, that mode, that paradigm, and for the first time beginning to include other forms of modality. We really need to invest in that. And it's not going to work if we are good at it sometimes, but not all the time. For us to really embrace this new culture shift and for us to really embrace this new method of modality, we have to prioritize it and and strategize around it with just as much emphasis and sense of priority and urgency as we do the way we've always treated cars. So there's a place for both in our town, but there is a place for both in our town. And I'm encouraged by this conversation. I think we're demonstrating that we're here, we're willing to engage thoughtfully in how to do this better. This past winter, you know, with climate change upon us, it's increasingly true that the past is no longer a predictor of the future. We can't know the way that we used to how each year is going to go. But I do think with climate weirding, what we're going to see is just as many, if not stronger and more frequent winter events like the one we've seen this year, off and on, irregularly in years to come. And so, ironically, as the climate is getting, the climate is changing, we're likely, and we're in the end likely to see less snow in the region, which has its own challenges. We're going to have to be prepared for crazier snow events and with frequency that we're not accustomed to in the interim decades as we do that. So it's something we need to be prepared for. And just like I said earlier about technology and making sure that's online and it's working nicely. And, you know, under my breath, what I was thinking about there was the rollout of the Obamacare and the insurance coverage platform, which was a disaster, and the public knew that right away, and it created a long-term problem for the success of those approaches. We do need to get this right. If we're going to get people out of their vehicles and using other modes of transportation, and we need to invest if we expect other people, our public, to invest in these new methodologies. So thank you for your willingness, your openness, your transparency here. It's a conversation. We don't have all the answers. I just want to lift up that we're not just talking about this from a perspective of luxury. We're talking about it from the perspective of locals like Shane, but also from a commitment to transition into a new paradigm. And that has to work, and it has to work all the time.
Councilmember McCarthy, and then Councilmember Harris.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. I want to talk to this problem about we can't plow a street because cars are parked on it. And the way I'm going to start is I'm going to tell you a story. I have a rental property in the townhomes at Boulder Point. And one time I was there just for like 10 minutes and I parked on the street, but you're not allowed to park on the street. This wasn't in a snowstorm, this is in good weather. So one of the neighbors called the tow truck, and a tow truck was literally backing up to tow me away. Now I jumped in my car and drove away before he can get his hook out. But what was the lesson learned? I've never parked on the street again. When I go down there, I park on my renter's driveway. And I tell my renters, don't have your friends park on the street because you'll get towed. Or if there's maintenance that needs to be done, maintenance truck, park on the driveway or you will get towed. So my point is, we only have to tow a few cars. The word will get around that if you park on the street, you're going to get towed. So if there's 100 cars out there and you only tow 2 or 3, that's going to have a big effect. So it might make sense to start towing a few cars. Okay, Mr. Aslan, I just appreciate a lot of your comments. Thank you. What I want to say is kind of along that line. Earlier tonight during public participation, we heard several members talk about, well, the hospital, we're not doing anything and we need to do something about carbon neutrality. Well, one of the things we can do about carbon neutrality is get people to walk when they can bicycle when they can, take the bus when they can. And incidentally, if you're going to take the bus, you probably have to walk half a mile or so to get from wherever to the bus. So I think the city needs to probably increase its importance, at least the way it thinks about the importance of walkability across sidewalks, on sidewalks, across streets, and enforcing people getting the snow off of their driveway or their sidewalk in front of their house. Or, I won't go down the whole list of what we need to do, but I think we need to start taking this more seriously as we push to evolve into a higher density, more walkable, more bicycle rideable community. So those are my major points. Thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on the comments about towing. I have been looking at our traffic code, and I just want to let council know that we will look into that. I'll work with the police department and Mary Ann and see what we can do there, and if we need to possibly amend that code to make it easier to tow or to maybe speed up that process. But I just wanted to let you know that we'll be working on that.
Just a quick follow-up. Before we start towing people, let's put either tickets or notifications on their windshields saying that if you don't move this car, you're going to get towed. All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Deputy Chief Mansell, Flagstaff Police Department. So, quick story is, we do that. November 1st comes around, that's what we do. We hammer the entire city with warnings for about a week or two. After warnings, we start doing tickets. I usually bring in police aides to help us do that because it's from midnight to 7 a.m. Midnight to 7 a.m. is very busy for us. Midnight to 7 a.m., if we're lucky, we have a sergeant and 5 officers to cover the city of Flagstaff. So, let's be honest, it's not a high priority for us. That's why I'm bringing in police aides to try to help us out with that stuff. As far as vehicles parked on the street, yes, at nighttime it does occur. But let's also remember that snow operations are occurring in residential areas 17 hours out of the day when they're allowed to park on the streets. In my neighborhood, I don't think I ever had a plow truck come in from midnight to 7. And if they parked on the street, they were legally parked. So let's also keep that in mind, that this is not just a nighttime plowing issue. This is also a daytime plowing issue where they are legally there, they can park. So just want to keep that in mind. We also do a ton of PR announcements. We work with Sarah Langley. She does an announcement through her city PIO office. We do announcements through our PIO office. We do media releases. We do social media releases. In addition to the warnings and the citations, we do all that well in advance. We usually do it about the week prior, because if you do it any earlier, kind of just you forget about it. So we do a lot of those things. I know someone mentioned Ponderosa Trails, and they don't park on there. Well, Ponderosa Trails HOA also hammers out HOA letters. I live there. I get them. They cite the statute. They talk about when you can park there, not park there. Talk about being a good neighbor. A lot of this it's a neighbor issue too. Be a good neighbor. Don't park and get in the way of snow operations and affecting your neighborhood. So a lot of that also needs to be discussed as well. Towing, let's talk about that a little bit. So Sam calls me probably twice a year. I think this year was 2 times, 3 times, I can't remember. So we do tow cars. We usually do it in the downtown area. He usually will call me 2 to 3 days in advance because I need to get officers it's officers. I get officers on overtime detail because I don't have officers to sit there for 2 to 3 hours towing vehicles in the downtown area, which is usually just a handful, not hundreds. Towing hundreds of vehicles, and you guys want to do that, I'd probably ask you for about 40 more officers. So We are limited on some of those things when we do these coordinated efforts downtown. I get officers off duty. They do it on overtime. We try to get a hold of the registered owners of the vehicles. Don't get a hold of them, we ticket them, we tow them. And we do that 2 to 3 times a year, usually in the downtown area. We also handle a lot of our responses, other than the proactive hanging of the warnings and the tickets. We also handle several citizen complaints regarding parking and whatnot. So we try to hammer that out as much as possible, especially with our patrol officers. And I don't know how many tickets we've written this year. I just don't have that number offhand, but I do know that we wrote quite a few, especially when I brought in those police aides and had them hammer those things out. Ideally, yeah, it'd be great if we didn't have people parked on the streets. I get it. And that is an issue. And I'm born and raised here. I know the problem's been here for as long as I can remember. And I'd love to have a solution. So if we can collectively come up with one, I'm all for it. I'm in. Let's do it. But it is a task.
Thank you for your comments.
Councilmember Harris.
So, Kevin, thank you very much for looking at that so quickly and looking at there's an ordinance and that we need to beef that up. But let's go back and be very clear. I care about climate. I definitely care about all the people who have who are differently abled and who have challenges, or I wouldn't say challenges, but who need certain things to get around safely in the city. I hear all of that, but I'm going back to the equity issue. And I don't want that to get lost in the conversation. Climate is fine. We're going to figure all of that out. Carbon neutrality, all of that we're going to figure out, but I'm talking about equity. And this is an issue of equity in my mind. And so that's all I'm going to say about that.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I think that needs to be front and center, Councilmember Harris, absolutely. I wanted to just reframe something a little bit with a few minutes to sit and listening to Councilmember McCarthy. In terms of the parking conversation that we're kind of dancing around, you know, providing additional parking spots, fundamentally, I just don't think that's going to solve the problem. It's only going to induce demand for more parking. And so just to frame it differently, I think what we need to focus on is that enforcement aspect and that hard hand of the law and getting the word out that this isn't where you can park. The other side of that is that if we're being hard about that, it's all the more important for us to get it right with these alternative means of modality. If we're incentivizing people not to bring their cars with them into the center of town, then we need to make sure that people have a way to get around in the center of town that don't require cars. And that's just a reframing I wanted to revisit a little bit.
So this has been a great discussion, and I'd like to reiterate to staff, you did a phenomenal job through this very challenging year. And not only did you have a challenging year on the streets, but then you were hearing from us constantly, and you handled all of that communication with grace and speed, which I very much appreciate. What I'm hearing is that we have a community-wide issue that we need to deal with. And so moving forward, I'm looking at how we can work together to make sure our sidewalks are clear, make sure there aren't cars parked on the street, make sure that everyone in this community has the means to get around town. And saying that, I think I'd just like to emphasize again that let's not forget our other infrastructure when we're doing snow removal from the streets. I think we all take it very seriously when our bike and foot commuters tell us that they're struggling to be able to travel when there's storms. So I just want to emphasize that we need to make sure that we're treating our sidewalks and our bike lanes the way we're treating our car lanes. And I look forward to continuing this discussion and discussion of resources and what you all need to be able to keep up with where this community is going, because you have been doing a tremendous job with what you have. So, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. Okay, we are getting ready to get started. We are down to item number 11. Update and discussion on building and property care ordinance and associated code amendments. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Dan Folk, Community Development Director. And this evening, I'm going to give you an update on our building and property care standards. This is a project we've been working on for some time. The last time we were in front of council, I believe it was in September of last year. So for some of you, this is a new topic. We've got some new members since September. So what I'm going to do tonight is I'll do a brief recap of what the city has done just in the last 10 years on property care standards. We're going to look at some draft standards tonight. So we did get direction in September, and so this is a follow-up to that direction. We're going to look at some amendments that we did to some sections that are going to be supporting the property care standards. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then I have some recommended next steps. So tonight really is intended as an update and some guidance. And hopefully we'll be back in front of you with some things that you can consider adopting. So last year we had a team that did the working group meetings over the summer. We've now transitioned to a group that's helping me draft the actual ordinance. So I want to recognize Tiffany Antol, Kevin Finsel, who's here this evening, has been great, Mark Revis, and Reggie, of course, our code compliance manager. So this is the team that's currently working on the ordinance. So why are we considering it now? It was back in 2012, there was a multi-year effort for what I would call a very traditional property care ordinance. And so the Code of Councils actually publishes one that you could just adopt right from the International Property Maintenance Code. This is very comprehensive. It covers internal as well as external components of a building and property. What happened back in 2011, 2012 is I would say we did kind of a version light. It was kind of a PMC light. So it really focused on the outdoor conditions. And in the end, the council in 2012 decided not to adopt the property maintenance ordinance. We had a fair item in 2020. Again, finally last summer, I put together this working group, and we came back in September with some recommendations and some direction, which I'll review again tonight, and then here we are tonight with the work session. So in general, what is a property maintenance ordinance? Again, it's rules for maintaining land and buildings, right? So structures, buildings, property. I'm not going to read all of this to you. But these are what we're focusing on. I would say particularly the last few bullets, hazardous and dangerous conditions, deteriorating structures, and abandoned properties and vehicles. And really that's what this very comprehensive code does. Things that I think we need to be considering really with all code amendments, but this is a slide I shared last time as well. Obviously the two emergencies always need to be considered in kind of the prism of what we're looking at. Neighborhood preservation, this can be a great tool for neighborhood and heritage preservation. The topic of social equity is important. I've talked about before that I believe PMOs have been used in the past by not Flagstaff but around the country as a way to displace low-income folks. It's a way to sometimes it leads to gentrification, so you displace low-income folks for whatever reason using a property maintenance code, and then it gets redeveloped for much higher income folks. So that's always something we need to be aware of. And then again, we're doing this mainly for the health and safety of neighborhoods. So in order to kick off last summer's effort, we did a survey. And I wanted to show you this again, kind of what the priorities were. It was not a scientific survey. It was just voluntary folks who logged in and participated. So the top issues you can see were things about general junk accumulation, trash and waste, non-working vehicles, And then building deterioration was in there as well as general debris and accumulation. So we really have focused on things like litter, debris, abandoned properties is a big issue. And then this is some of the written comments that we received. Just as we go into this, I wanted to remind us things we need to keep in mind. Some of the concerns we've heard, and I think some of the reasons it wasn't approved back in 2012. The idea that it's inequitable, what is the ability of different folks to comply with rules? We have a lot of existing ordinances that deal with these topics, so why don't we just use the ordinances we have? That was a big talking point during the 6 working group meetings. The concern about subjectivity, and then of course that this is too much being like a homeowners association, right? We don't want HOA type rules. I call it the paint police. We don't want to be writing tickets because somebody has peeling paint. So in September, we kind of gave you this background, and this is kind of a summary of the approach that we recommended and was endorsed in September. Let's create some simple and clear standards for buildings and land. Let's support those with our existing code. And so we're going to review, these are the primary ones that I believe are applicable. So reviewing the sections on littering, nuisances, which is actually abandoned buildings is what nuisances are, abandoned vehicles, and then our building code is really the main tool we use for dangerous buildings right now. We talked about creating an appendix, so a resource, how would you comply with these standards, right? What are things you can do to improve your property? Obviously, continuing to work with the League of Neighborhoods. I think they were the impetus for the fair item. And so we've worked closely with the 3 neighborhoods that are in the League of Neighborhoods. And then another discussion point that came out of the working group was that we really should have a program, a property care program. And the idea is that because not everybody has resources or the ability to invest in their property, maybe there's a program to help certain property owners stay in their homes, invest, and it's really an investment in the community when you invest in properties. And so these are the standards that we presented in a different format. This is what is now what I would call kind of a proposed code amendment. So we're recommending that this would go in Division 7 of our city code. It would be a new chapter called Building and Property Care Standards. The purpose and intent statements, these are what I presented to you back in September. We've just now put them in code format with the section of the code. I'll just point out a few things, a few highlights of what is in here. Again, we're focusing on exterior standards, so we're not talking about the interior of buildings. I think that's important. Focusing on improving the quality of life, public health, safety, and welfare. And then again, also protecting against hazards and deteriorating conditions. The intent statement was really important to the working group, so the idea that we're not going to be overly aggressive, give people time to comply with the codes, actually perhaps provide resources to owners that needed resources, funding potentially, to help improve their property, and so that's included in the intent statement. You do have the entire ordinance in the packet, and it's attached as well. I meant to go over what was in the packet at the beginning. So there's a series of definitions. I did not include all of them, but my point here was one of our things is we want to simplify the definitions. And so we agreed to use things right out of the dictionary. And so we believe these examples are, they're simple, we think they're understandable. Currently, the code has definitions for like refuse, and it includes words like protrusible and non-protrusible. And so I always felt like if you had to look up a word in the definition, maybe the definition wasn't that useful. Does anyone know what protrusible means? That's our word of the night, protrusible.
No idea.
It's
Non-protrusible.
a play by Arthur Miller, right?
I believe it's basically like organic. If it'll break down, it's protrusible, or non-protrusible would be like non-organic. That's my layman's definition. I'm sure it's more technical than that. And so again, we think this is going to be a huge improvement, simplifying the terms. And then here we actually get into the actual standards. And so this first section focuses on property, okay? So not buildings or structures, but just the land itself, let's say. And it focuses on, number one, required to have adequate storage for your garbage, your debris, your litter. It does not allow for that accumulation of debris and litter on a property, whether it's improved or whether it's vacant. Talks about inoperable equipment and vehicles being stored out of sight. And then preventing hazards, right? Things that create dangerous situations in a neighborhood. The last item talks about securing the property and posting it. I did get some comments from Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you for that. I've not incorporated those changes. I think it was his recommendation that it should start with securing the property and then perhaps posting it as no trespassing. But the basic standard is to secure the property.
Well, I guess my point was that it said or. It said you could post it or. In other words, if you put up a no trespassing sign, the door could be left open and people could walk in and raise hell in there or whatever they do. Okay. Thank you.
The real requirement is to secure the property, right? So these nuisance properties that are abandoned and people keep breaking into them and they're squatting, you know, the current standard is you have to secure it, right? So you board up the door, you board up the windows, usually lasts for a few months, then we come back and contact the person again to do it. And so probably the new part would be the no trespassing. That's really up to the property owner whether they want to post it or not.
So I think posting should be optional, but securing should be mandatory.
Yeah. I think that's the general agreement of the working group. And so I'll pause here for a minute. This again is on property. Next I'm going to go to the one on structures. Are there any other comments or questions on anything I've shown you here? So moving on to buildings and structures. Again, focusing on windows and doors. Now this is something that the staff has put in, which is very different from what came out of the working group. So number one says windows and doors shall be maintained in proper working condition. Where damaged windows and doors require repair or replacement, temporary security measures may be installed for no more than 30 days. And so that is a high standard. That is, I think staff, we've decided, let's start the conversation here. The working group, we talked about this. In a standard property maintenance code, it's typically 180 days that you can have boards instead of an actual door or window. Our current code is really indefinitely. You can just board it up. And so we're I think, including this as a starting point, we believe that probably the number one issue are the abandoned buildings that are they've been there for 10, 20, 25 years. I think if one thing comes out of all this, I'd like to see is that we take a new approach to those abandoned buildings because they really are creating attractive nuisances and impacting neighborhoods. But this is a starting point, right? So you could board it up for 30 days, and then after that, you'd have to put in an actual door or a window. Let's see. There's a standard here about general maintenance to prevent deterioration. And again, it's not our intent to become the paint police, but to offer standards on how you can maintain your property and try to prevent it to get to the point where it's deteriorating and it becomes dangerous. And then again, the third item is similar to the last one about securing the property and posting it. I think we would probably want similar language in these two sections on that last item. So again, I think this will be our big decision point in my mind is how long do you want to allow folks to secure the building? Do you want to maintain the current standard, which is indefinitely, or should we do something else where the property actually sort of comes back to life a bit? Exemptions were very important to the working group. As we know, we have a lot of events that happen in the city that impact property, right? So fires, flooding, community events. So this allows the city to suspend, enforcement due to circumstances that are out of our control. So that's really the news section. And then I was just going to go over the section where we've worked on some amendments, which is the one section on littering. We have created some new definitions, and so this is also an attachment. I know it might have been a little confusing. So the property care standards, this would be all new language in our code, right? And then the section on littering that we provided is really taking the existing section, which is in Chapter 6, which are the police regulations. We're recommending it go into Title 7, which is health and sanitation, where the new building and property maintenance standards would go. One available chapter is 711. It's just it's an available number right now. So littering could go into 711. And what we've done is we've taken what was in Chapter 6 and we've made all the changes, right? So we've struck out the language we're recommending deleting, and the bold language is the new language we're recommending in this chapter. And so again, starting with definitions, trying to simplify definitions, get rid of ones that we think are unnecessary or duplicative.
Dan?
Yes.
City manager has a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dan. Going back to the previous discussion about buildings, the exemption that followed that stated that in the event of fires and floods and natural disasters and so forth, at the city's discretion, there could be suspension of these regulations. So an example comes to mind that I was wondering if you could clarify, how it would fit within these new proposed standards on abandoned buildings. On 4th Street, we have a building that's mostly burned, is charred, is just remnants, skeleton of an old building, and it's been that way for years. And I'm just wondering, would the regulations that are being proposed would purport to require that building to be taken down, because it certainly cannot be just dressed up with doors and windows. How do you see this exemption working in that kind of circumstance?
I think the idea is, just allowing the amount of time that's reasonable for the circumstances, right? If somebody has a fire to their structure, you're right, they're not going to be able to repair it in 30 days. But 5 years is probably too long, right? We really were thinking mostly about, all the fires and the flooding that has happened and how it impacts properties and people just trying to stay in their homes. But I think it really is, it just depends, right, on the situation. I think we're trying to address those properties where there was a fire 10 years ago and it's still sitting there. Right now, we just say secure it. But should we do something else? Should we require them at some point to remove it? There's actually a process I was going to talk about this at the end, but in the nuisances section, which is about dangerous buildings, there's an adopted process where a council member or 3 citizens can request that, I think it's the city engineer, the fire chief, and one other person go out, inspect a property, prepare a report for the city council, and the recommendation can be that building be removed because it's dangerous and it's hazardous. That's in our code today. We don't use it. We use our building code section, which says secure dangerous building, right? And so part of what I think we need to look at over the summer is, should we just start using this section? Do we need to change this section on nuisances? And so we've been providing that information. It's been in the packet. Each time I've talked on this, today there's a packet of existing code. That was one of the questions. And so again, we had a PDF of existing codes. And so you'll see this section, nuisances. It's right here. It talks about abatement of nuisances, and what I just summarized is right in our code. This is a process we can use today. One of you can ask that we do this on a property that's been sitting there for 20 years.
Dan, can I interrupt you? Kevin has a comment.
Did you have a follow-up you wanted to?
A quick follow-up, if I may, Mayor, and thank you, Kevin. Back to the burnt building scenario, I know you're speaking a lot to public nuisance, which I think we can all understand. but it also brings about a question of, or a potential issue of blight. And in neighborhoods, commercial neighborhoods, in this example, where you have a deteriorated building that's surrounded by a number of other businesses that are trying to make a go at it, I mean, it's pretty arguably that the appearance of that area is probably detracting from the overall health and vibrancy of that particular commercial neighborhood. Stated differently, if the building was gone, it would be better than having, the remnants of a burnt building being the first thing that a passerby sees in that area. So, we're not in that instance talking about, unfairly coming down on property owners, especially in a residential neighborhood that might be underserved, but rather addressing a situation of deterioration in what would be, an economically viable area, and how we would look upon that. So I'm just wondering if blight also factors into that consideration. Thanks.
I try not to use the word blight just because it has been politicized. Again, blight is a term I've talked about in previous presentations. It's tied with urban renewal, and urban renewal has had a history of displacing lower income communities for economic development projects that never really created jobs or the promises of the 60s and 70s. But yeah, blight is the right term. Kind of blight creates more blight, right? Is the idea. But I would say, under your example, city manager, about the fire in the building that's sitting there boarded up, I mean, we have the tool now about abatement of nuisances. And actually what it says is the mayor and council, so it's the mayor and the council have to make a motion. And then it would be the health authority, the city engineer, and the fire chief would go out and do an inspection and then provide a report back. And yeah, action can be taken. So getting back to Chapter 7, again, I gave the example of the definitions. We're getting rid of refuse and rubbish, where we talk about protrusible and non-protrusible. We've eliminated sections that we thought were unnecessary. So there was a section about accumulation of garbage on a property with a building, and then garbage on a vacant property. And it's kind of like, we don't need two sections. Let's just say all property, right? Whether it's improved or not. And so we're trying to make changes like that we like to say, put it on the Slim Fast program, our city code. Lose a few pages here.
Dan?
Yes.
You're going to kill me.
It's okay.
Kevin still has a comment, and then we've got a couple of other comments and questions.
I was actually just writing a comment to say you didn't have to interrupt him. I was just going to follow up on the city manager's comment, and Dan touched on this a little bit. In addition to the nuisance section, we do have a code, the abatement of dangerous buildings, and that's probably what would address better what the city manager is talking about. Of course, Dan here is talking more about the property care standards, like the litter, people just not keeping up their properties. But when it comes to, and I haven't seen the building that he's talking about, but the way he's describing it, a building that's half burnt down, and it's been burnt down for 5-10 years, that probably falls under our abatement of dangerous buildings. Or the other section Dan is talking about, the nuisance, although that's a little more clunky of a section that we'd probably want to update. And I know that's in Dan's plans once he goes through some steps here. But I just wanted to let you know there is something out there we can look at, and we'll follow up on that. It's just not property care.
Thank you. And Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I was just going to say, but you explained the process, that it has to be a motion by the mayor. Is that what you said?
It says the mayor and council may, on its own motion or upon complaint being made in writing by 3 or more persons.
Okay.
So yeah, it would have to be on an agenda, and you would talk about it.
So somebody has to know that, and there's no formal way to do that? I mean, how would I know that a building is had a fire and it's been empty for 5 years?
I just assume because you've observed it, you've lived in the community, and you
drive
by it every day, and so you know this has been like this.
Then I would come back here and say something, okay.
Yeah, and so it's the mayor and council may on its own or upon a complaint from a citizen. So you can do it on your own, the mayor and council. Okay. I imagine maybe it would start as a fair item.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, correct me if I'm wrong. You said currently in our code, there is an indefinite time that someone can board up their property with no consequence. When this new update goes into effect and we have a date where they can only board up their property for 30 days or 180, whatever that comes to be, would that impact NAU's property on Milton, or is that not considered because it's on state property?
Yeah, I'm not going to attempt to answer that legal question. I think I know the answer, but I'll take a pass. I'll look at our acting deputy city attorney.
I was showing Greg the nuisance section, so I totally missed that comment. You mind asking it again?
Do you want me to say it?
Basically about enforcing our codes on the state, so on NAU property.
On NAU property,
Oh, no.
the buildings that are boarded up, if we change the code to where you can't, right now it's indefinite. You can board up your windows and doors indefinitely and there's no consequence. And this new code change, there's going to be a date, like 30 days or 180 days after that. Is that enforceable on that grannies and
No. I mean, I'm going off the top of my head here, but it's going to be no. We probably wouldn't go that route.
Those higher jurisdictions, so like ADOT, NAU, things that are from the state, we have to work with them a little differently. But it's a good conversation to have with them. I have talked to them about those properties. It hasn't been recently because we've wanted to know what their long-term plans are. The one thing I would add on what Kevin was just saying about the dangerous building section, so that is in our building code, and that's why I'd mentioned, reviewing our building code. And really, the standard in the building code is, you eliminate the danger. And so that could be removal, it could be securing the property, whatever we determine is, the danger is now eliminated. And that's really what we rely on rather than this nuisance section. Any other questions before I finish up on
I think you're
health and
safe to continue.
And then the last thing we did is in this section on littering is trying to make all of our penalties consistent. So this chapter has a whole long section on penalties and process. So what we're recommending is let's use the general penalties section, which is at the beginning of the city code. And so we're recommending repealing that. That's striked out in the version in your packet. So next steps, I have contacted the working group. I'd love to come back to them this summer. It was an informal working group. They were just basically open meetings, and we just invited people to come and participate. We had 6 meetings last summer. I've been keeping them up to date on what we're doing. What I'd like to do is come back to them with this update we've just done. I'd like to work through the other sections we haven't looked at yet. So specifically nuisances, what we've just been talking about, what I call abandoned and dangerous buildings. And then there's a section on abandoned vehicles, and we need to kind of fix some inconsistencies with state law and some other things. So those are the 2 sections I'd recommend that you give us direction to continue to work on, re-engage this working group. I've talked with some of my colleagues about some of the different commissions and if it would be appropriate to kind of, as like I'm doing tonight, give an update to some of these commissions and seek some input. We haven't quite identified which ones might be the most appropriate, but that's something I think to consider as well. I think getting that input from your commissioners is important, the ones that it would be relevant to. It gives you more citizen input. And then I believe we can package all of this together and come back to you with an ordinance to create a new section, the building and property care standards, and then some amendments to these sections we've talked about. And hopefully we can get back to you in the fall. I'd really like to be back in September or October and try to have something where you can actually receive public comment and consider adopting an ordinance. That's my last bullet for tonight.
Okay, Councilmember House, then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dan. This is a great presentation. And I just wanted to emphasize how much I appreciated the focus that you put on past uses of property care ordinances to displace lower income folks and sometimes stimulate gentrification. And just understanding and appreciating the focus that you put on community resources and neighborhood infrastructure in the way that this has been reformatted and represented. I think it's a really important shift, particularly in moving it towards a care standard versus a care ordinance. It may seem like a small word externally to other folks, but understanding the implications that come under an ordinance versus creating a standard that is resourced and finding ways to resource under-resourced areas and populations is a really important one. I would say in terms of the presentation to select commissions, definitely agree on that point. To that end, I think the Housing Commission would definitely be a really important one because there's a lot of perspective there in terms of how these sorts of ordinances have been used in the past and can be done in a more responsible and productive way under this format. So I just look forward to seeing the continued conversation and thank you for the work that you've done to get this to this point.
You're welcome.
Who did I say came next? Council member, no, Vice Mayor, sorry.
I think so. Dan, thank you. I like it. I'm prepared to go with your recommendations. I do have a question for you. I think it's a fair question. I know you're someone who likes to talk about compliance and not enforcement. There's that word enforcement again. I've thinking, for me, it's kind of a gorilla in the room. How good are we at enforcing what we've got on the books, not just here, but with other code enforcement on all levels?
Yeah.
And what's the point of getting all this codified if we're just going to have the same response in terms of enforcement? I think it's a fair question. I invite you to explore it a little bit.
Yeah. And this was a topic that we talked about a lot at the working group meetings last summer. It was probably the main topic, right, is how we do enforcement. We call it code compliance. It really is our code compliance manager, Reggie Eccleston, who's put that into my head. He likes the program to be called code compliance. And so I'll try to explain to you, and it is Reggie's philosophy, and I support it. And it's kind of a different way of doing code enforcement, code compliance. So when there are situations where there's a real clear and present danger and something that needs to be taken care of immediately, we're very aggressive, right? This is dangerous, you need to take care of it, very short timeline. We try to resolve those things quickly. Things like blocked sidewalks came up. We are aggressive on clearance of sidewalks all season long, whether it be snow or bushes that are blocking a sidewalk, whatever. But on other things that maybe don't present such a clear and present hazard, I'll say, the approach is more about explaining the situation, seeking voluntary compliance rather than writing a ticket. And so I hate to put this all on Reggie, but this is kind of the way he explains it, is that, we have finite resources, so we could spend a lot of time and energy writing tickets, going to the municipal court, going to a judge. We have mixed results with that sometimes, right? We don't do it very often. He believes we have more success overall with seeking voluntary compliance. And so overall, he believes we're having more of an impact, and I agree with him, versus really focusing on a few things and putting a lot of energy into writing tickets and taking to court. I believe we can do both. I do think we can be more aggressive on certain things. I'm very respectful of his approach because I've been working with him on this for many years, and it is a unique approach. At some point when we get a new code compliance manager, the philosophy may change and we may become more aggressive in writing more tickets. But that's why he likes the word compliance, because we like to emphasize voluntary compliance rather than threatening people with, we're going to write you a ticket and you're going to start getting daily fines. They get very defensive. And so again, the idea is we can achieve more kind of relating to people on a human basis and trying to understand their situation. That's another piece of it, is understanding the situation, right? What is their ability to take care of the situation? It's a wide range of issues that we deal with, right? And so we do get neighbors who are frustrated that we're giving too much time, right? And the problem isn't being resolved quickly enough. And so, have I answered your question? That's kind of my explanation of our approach.
Well, it was an open-ended question. Yeah. I understand your approach, and I respect it in a lot of ways. I think, the other thing I just wanted to say is I find it interesting the powers that you've pointed out that we have as a council to bring things forward now. And just for the record, I'd like to state I'd be willing to engage with that. But as Councilmember Harris pointed out, sometimes we don't always know what we don't know. So if anyone wants to come forward with a property they'd like looked at, I'd be happy to utilize this tool that we have on the books.
And we do maintain a list of what I would call the problem. I consider them abandoned properties. They're just not occupied, they're boarded up, nobody's really doing anything with them. And again, they're frequent flyers, right? So Reggie's out there and his team quite often re-securing them. There's one on Kutch that comes up a lot. We did clean that one up about 8 years ago. We actually cleaned it up and put I think a lien on the property for the cost of that cleanup.
Well, grab your list and let's go out drive.
We've actually, we've done the same thing with sidewalks this winter. We actually have a contractor we've hired to clear sidewalks, and then we bill the owner, things on commercial routes, school routes, things like that. So we've tried to make an impact in that way.
Councilmember Harris, then Councilmember McCarthy.
Okay, back to the, I appreciate Reggie's stance on how to get people, the carrot rather than the stick. So I like that. But how long do we dangle the carrot? That's and that's just something for us to think about. We could dangle the carrot for the next 5 years and it gets us nowhere. And then the other piece of that is that if we're using our resources to go back once a week, once a month to check with the person, I'm wondering if we can set some kind of system in place where we make progress toward, if the person tells us, well, I don't have any money. And so is there some organization that we can call to say, here's the person that you need to talk to? I mean, so that you're not using your resources over and over for the same thing and getting nowhere. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know how you deal with that, because that's time and money that he and his staff could be doing something else. So I like the carrot approach, but to what end do we do that carrot approach, and how often do we extend that carrot? So anyway.
I was just looking to see if Reggie was on. He was going to maybe listen in tonight. We do some of that. So we do have some folks that can help out. We get groups that are looking for volunteer projects, so we'll have them do a cleanup. I'm trying to think of some other examples where we have matched people with resources to try to help them. We've actually resolved a number of hoarding situations, which is it's kind of a privacy issue. We don't talk a lot about it, but that's where Reggie really will start to find other family members that can help this situation, right? Again, kind of a human approach to it. But we need to find, but there is a time to be more aggressive, I think, and write a ticket. And I think we just need to find when is that.
Yeah.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally agree with Reggie's approach of, trying to get some voluntary compliance. However, there comes a time when that doesn't work and you have to go to enforcement. I wasn't going to mention specific properties, but you mentioned the house on, how do you pronounce it? Kutch?
Kutch, yeah.
Kutch. It was probably 2 or 3 years ago that some of the neighbors invited me to come over and take a look at that property. And at that point, the front door was open. It wasn't just unlocked, it was literally open. So I walked in the house. Obviously, people have been living there, using the floor as a bathroom. You could smell it. And it was just unbelievable. Well, since then, they've boarded it up. But the neighbors are extremely unhappy about this. It's, you know, I can't imagine a house like that being next to my house. So that's a good example of what we need in the ordinance. But what I'm hearing tonight is actually we have teeth in the ordinance already where we could address that certain property.
I believe we do.
But I guess my major point is that we need an ordinance that can effectively address properties like that. But as you pointed out, we don't want to be the peeling paint police and, you know, be nitpicky. I remember when this came up to council, when was it, 10 years ago, and there was concern that we were going to be the HOA nanny police or whatever. No, we don't want to do that. We just want to address these serious issues like we see on Kutch. And, you know, if somebody's got some minor issues, it's like, hey, move on. We got better things to do with our life. So anyway, in summary, we need to address these serious problems and not get into nitpicky stuff. And then, as I said in my email, I had a couple suggestions on one of your definitions and stuff that didn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your comments.
So hopefully you'll incorporate that. And then, in all honesty, I haven't read thoroughly every part of the packet. I kind of ran out of time. But I'm very interested in the next time this comes back, I'll read it line by line. Bye.
All right.
Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Reggie just texted me and he said he is listening, but he's having trouble with the link, so he's unable to respond to some of the questions that Dan's posing to him. But he did ask me to say it, and I work with Reggie. I'm the attorney who works with code compliance, and I've worked with Reggie for years now. And I will say that his approach 99% of the time works. And I think that's what makes enforcement difficult and why we're finally getting to the point where we are now, which is really working with some of these code provisions. Because what would happen is I would hear from Reggie on a citation type issue once every 3 years. And then we'd have to discuss again how we're going to do it, which process we're going to use, dig into the codes, realize that they don't really provide the enforcement tool that we want or makes it a little difficult. And then he would end up getting a solution and we'd find a way to make it work and we wouldn't have to cite. And then 3 years later, he would ask me again, hey, now I have to cite again. And that just shows you that his process, I think, works. I agree with Dan. I think there are some times where we can be a little more enforcement oriented, but I just wanted to say he does such a good job. I think that's what makes it difficult sometimes is because we just don't have that consistent enforcement process in place. And that's partially on our office as well as the city prosecutor's office. And we're working with that through, working on that through this process with Dan. So I just wanted to share that. And then also with respect to the nuisance code that we've been talking about, or this section of the code, it is there. It's something that we may be able to utilize in some of these situations like we're talking about. My recommendation would be let Dan finish this process because it's something we've talked about with starting with these property care standards, leaning on some of these sections, and then my request has been to tweak some of these sections. And as I was pointing this out to Greg earlier, if you look at when that nuisance section was adopted, it was, I think, 1936. There's a reason why some of the language in there is a little off. Why they, some of the things they refer to. So so that was my request of Dan is let's get through this first part and then let's go into those sections and clean them up a bit so if we do want to use them, they make more sense for how our courts are currently structured now or how our process is currently structured because really there's no reason why that shouldn't be administrative and we shouldn't be having to do a fair item with council to do something like that. It really should fall under our building official in my opinion. But Dan and I can talk about that, but I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
I do see it's funny at the end of this. It says ordinance 297, 10/14/36. So I guess it might have been October 14, 1936 when ordinance 297 was.
So does that mean that was the 297th ordinance
Probably.
in the city of Flagstaff?
Yeah, and that's my understanding. I mean, Stacy's sitting back there. She would know for sure. She's probably nodding her head. But if you recall, when we dealt with the sidewalk ordinance, it was the same thing. Scott came in and talking about that, and we do have some ordinances on our books that we need to clean up, and this just happens to be one of them to update. So it's unfortunately we have a few that we'll look at, but we'll get on top of those and bring them back and get those amended.
Thank you. Dan, I'm hoping that the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living is on your list.
Okay.
I think that many members of the Commission would have a unique perspective on this. Any other questions or comments from staff, council? Anybody? Dan, thank you.
I do, and I have one closing comment. So it is that, Reggie has taught me these things, right? So I hate saying this is, Reggie's way of doing things. It's community development's way of doing things. I support it 100% as well, right? Again, I've learned so much from him and his approach to this, and it is very unique, and I think it's a wonderful approach. But I want to make it clear, I would say it's community development's approach.
I think everyone thinks Reggie's a rock star.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not putting him on the hot seat.
Okay.
Thank you all. So we'll see you later this year.
Okay. I don't see any public participation. So informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager, future agenda item requests. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share a few things. I'm excited to attend the Southside Community Association 2nd Annual Juneteenth Gala on Friday, and I'm looking forward to that, as well as Police Appreciation Day tomorrow. I had a couple of really great meetings last week with Nicole and Jenny from Sustainability, as well as Janet Dean and Stacy Durstein, the VP of APS, talking about infrastructure and all those great things. But I just wanted to highlight an article that I received. I'm always about forest health and how that needs to stay in the spotlight for our carbon neutrality goals. And our very own Scott Getz from NAU and some very prestigious colleagues of his from University of Arizona and WCS Argentina, Conservative International, University of Connecticut, and the University of Maryland just published a paper which the research was a little over my head about forest health and how it affects carbon emissions, which is fairly basic, but they came up with some really amazing new studies. And one thing that I thought really jumped out at me was this paragraph that Scott wrote in his summary that said, the study highlights the urgency of protection and restoration of biodiversity, conservation, and climate change mitigation, as emphasized by the latest report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And the IPCC found that nature-based solutions such as reducing the destruction of forests and other ecosystems, restoring them, and improving the management of working lands such as farms are among the top 5 most effective strategies for mitigating carbon emissions by 2030. So I just bring that up because, we have a lot of goals and different projects on the horizon, but I just wanted to bring that back into the forefront that our forests and our forest health is one of the biggest, most effective things we can do to mitigate carbon emissions by 2030. And if anybody's interested in the article and the research study, I'm happy to forward it to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris?
Yes, I have a couple things. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson. So Juneteenth is this Saturday. At least we're celebrating it this Saturday. And people probably don't know, but we've been doing a Juneteenth celebration in this community for probably over 60 years. For a lot of those years, it was done at the Cogdale Recreation Center, and it was put on by city staff. Danny Neal, Crystal Warden, and Tyrone Johnson for many years. And when that center was turned into a Boys and Girls Club, great idea, they all got dispersed to different places, and so it was hard for them to continue. So the Southside Community Association and the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council took the project on, and we've been doing that for the last 10 or 12 years, I believe. And we've been hosting it at the Murdoch Community Center. Huge, huge, huge thank you to NAU, because we thought we were going to be under construction, and so we had to change our venue. And NAU has graciously given us the South Beaver School. So thank you to them, and I hope that when city staff has the opportunity, or anyone, public, has an opportunity to see someone from NAU, that they also thank them for us. Also, a huge thank you to our city staff, and I think they left, pros left, because we did not realize that we needed a permit for the streets, because we thought the streets belonged to NAU. Well, a lot of things belong to NAU, but the streets don't. So we had to get a permit in a very, very short time, and our pro staff have been amazing to help us get that done. So with that, I want to extend the invitation to everyone to come to Juneteenth at the South Beaver School on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And I hope that I can see all of you there and have some fun with us. Thank you.
Thank you. It'll be exciting to be inside South Beaver School again. Oh, okay.
But we can go inside
it'll be
too if we
exciting
need
to
to.
see the school. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I missed last week's council meeting because I was in Albuquerque with Dan Folk and Jeff Bauman, representing the city of Flagstaff at the invitation of the U.S. Naval Observatory. Lowell Observatory was also in attendance with us at the American Astronomical Society's semi-annual conference. We were able to put on a all-day-long panel discussion on dark skies, lighting. There was a press conference involved with it, some other events in the evening associated with it. A wonderful opportunity to provide some horizontal learning and inspiration for other communities looking to darken their night skies. It was an honor and a privilege to be invited to be a part of that. And it's one of those perks of the role, getting to spread good policies and practices through other municipalities and communities. And thank you for your indulgence, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to be there for that. And it's sad to miss the meeting, but that was scheduled a long time ago, and I wasn't about to renege on the U.S. Naval Observatory and their request and their invitation. So looking forward, it was a very successful conversation all week long, and looking forward to repeating and replicating that in other areas and other avenues. That's all for tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if the housing staff could follow up on the comments of the woman that spoke during public participation. It sounded like there were some maybe rules that could be changed that would help people get into housing. I didn't follow all the details of it, but it sounded interesting enough that it would be worthy of some follow-up. That's my only item for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I went out to Red Gap Ranch with Aaron Young, and if you all haven't been out there, I would highly recommend it. It was great to see it in person and understand better what we're doing out there. And tomorrow there is the Flagstaff Police Department Appreciation Day. It's from 8 to 10 out at the police station on Sawmill. And I will be making hand-done or hand-baked cinnamon apple rolls, and I'm doing that tonight when I get home. So hopefully they're good. I'm pretty tired. And then I leave tomorrow for Telluride for my 30th year of bluegrass. So I'm pretty excited. Yeah.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a fair to introduce tonight. And the chair of CODA, Jean Toner, hinted at this earlier, and I just want to start by thanking CODA for doing a lot of work on this already. The fair is in regards to Juneteenth. It was designated as a federal holiday in 2021, and it's slowly been adopted as an official state and local municipal holiday across the nation ever since. And so tonight is my honor to introduce a fair item for our consideration of Juneteenth as an official holiday for the city of Flagstaff. The Commission on Diversity Awareness has been doing a lot of work on this in partnership with the Indigenous Commission on the recommendation for Juneteenth, as well as a recommendation for an official commemoration of Indigenous Peoples Day. And so I just want to introduce at least the first part of that recommendation tonight.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. All right. I have a couple of things. First, tomorrow night, Downtown Mile public meeting, 5:30 here at City Hall. It'll be a great opportunity to come and hear some of the details of what this project is going to look like. There's a Pollinator Fest on Sunday from 10 to 2 at the Arboretum, and this is Pollinator Awareness Month, so I hope many of you can attend that. Tomorrow, I'm taping a podcast along with the Coconino Coalition for Children and Youth, and it's regarding the Vitalist Systems Change Grant, which is a 3-year grant that they received, and the city and the county and many organizations in Flagstaff are going to be participating with them to develop a program so that Flagstaff can become known as a trauma-informed community, and there'll be way more information coming about that. I spent some time with firefighters at Station 3 on Friday last, and spent a couple of hours really getting to know them and talking to them about their concerns and what they see out in the community. Last week had a pretty quick meeting with Arizona Treasurer Yee. And an interesting thing, I had a meeting with the Guidance Center staff, and they were just talking about all of the services that they offer, and yet the community tends to only think of them as the place where individuals who are being involuntarily committed or seen by psychiatric medical professionals go. But they offer all kinds of counseling services, and they'll even tailor counseling services. They have a truck that's fully loaded with all kinds of materials. They'll go out to schools and do counseling. They'll set up groups for anyone who's interested in a regular group around any kind of topic. So I didn't know all of that, and I thought it was very interesting. City Manager, do you have anything?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we're adjourned.
Dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer